welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon and crypto link in the info box below the video. Also below this video you can get £50 for swapping your UK electricity supplier to Octopus Energy, and this is a particular note if you drive an electric vehicle. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon, so a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to latest Patreon, Fibre Oats, Bogey, Michael Kahn, Sarah Griffiths, Rob H, Ben White, Maximum Gravy, John Kays, Tommy Swagnuts, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Will Brax, Mel B Styles, Troy Shuker, Bose Nail, Harry Blade, Mobile Max 777, Neo the One, Lost Cat FE, Rob W, Open Minded, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Muted, Maria Neelands, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, The Real Gabster, Liam Nedrick Jr., Abraham Mohammed, Adrian Quintana, Skeptic936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, and David Wayne Foster. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Pauses it.
What causes it? See.
That's a scientific question. Cause and effect relationship, isn't it?
Do you want to know the issue? No one's giving you an answer.
Hi, Nathan. Go ahead.
It's a burden of proof reversal fallacy. So what claims have you made about the horizon? Well, the answer is none. They make a claim about the horizon being a physical geometric sphere-edge horizon. So therefore, they're making a claim about it. Now, we take that and debunk it. They then go, well, what causes it? Sorry, debunking your claim that the horizon's Earth curve doesn't require me to explain what the horizon is in any way, shape, or form. It's a burden of proof reversal fallacy.
Yeah, they tend to do that a lot, ever since it seems every argument, they just try to flip it,
Now, I prefer to define the term horizon, the apparent boundary where the sky appears to meet the land of the sea. So nowhere mentions edge of a sphere.
Well, I like how he literally says the horizon is optical.
Yeah, it's
but like Nathan says,
apparent by definition, isn't it? It moves with the weather, so it's not blocking boats and buildings like they say.
But do you make any claims about the
exactly? There you go. You've said it. I interrupted you. Say that again. Start again. I'm really sorry. I was just about to say exactly what you were about to summarise.
No, you're fine. Do you make any claims about it, George? Do you make any claims about the horizon?
No, not at all.
And that's the point, is that they're just trying to get us to explain everything, because if we can't explain it, it just goes right back to, well, it must be a globe.
Very interesting. Last night we had what's the name? A astrophysicist and a geologist on the channel. It was fun.
Tell us more.
Hello.
Hey, Neil.
How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Just gotta get my headphones. I'll be back.
Now, two people came in, two women, two global women, which for me is very unusual. And one of them was she claimed that she studied astrophysics. I mean, and she gave quite a good opening with the distances between these lights in the sky, blah blah blah, and waves in this vacuum of space. So I asked her how many times, when was the last time she used the scientific method, and she was quite lost with the question.
Because never is the answer.
Never was the answer. She ended up admitting that they can only observe, they cannot establish the cause of anything. The other one, the geologist, brought the P waves and S waves and cartoons. That's what they offer, cartoons. With these shadow places that they say the S wave bounces back. So all this nonsense, which I told her is just a reading on a graph on a piece of paper, oscillating up and down or an S motion, nothing else. It's just measuring vibrations. She continued to affirm the crust being over 100 miles when the deepest hole we dug was 8 miles. So they still assert to know what's beyond that. Nonsense, once again, and cartoons.
Well, further to that, to link the two together, the P waves and S waves that were used to bounce what was going to be in this way when they were digging the borehole were proven wrong. They predicted what they'd be going through, and it was incorrect. So if they've dug down 8 miles, and when they did, they used P waves and S waves to gather the data for what they would be cutting through, and they didn't cut through what they thought, then what use is it to validate their presupposition of a spherical Earth and a molten ice core? It's not. It's just preposterous.
Yeah, absolutely. I pointed out she wasn't very happy. She left the channel. I came back later on with more questions. And I said, so now you have more questions like everyone else. Welcome to the club.
Good answer. Anybody ask if you can have gas pressure without a container in her paradigm?
Oh, well, yes, because they were a certain Narnia, vacuum of space. So, yeah, I did told her. Yes, I said to her that the sky cannot be a vacuum because you cannot have a vacuum next to a pressurized system without a container. Therefore, the sky cannot be a vacuum. And any claims happening in this so-called vacuum avoid. And because they were bringing up pictures from NASA, composites, not pictures, as she wasn't very happy to find out they were composites. But yeah.
Oh, did she not know?
Truth hurts. Truth hurts.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. So she was very new to it. I know that these people are like high up in the echelons of globe belief, but it's a different hierarchy altogether when you're a normie. You know, if you're an astrophysicist, I do actually have a much higher degree of empathy because you've bought into something and invested your time and your effort and your money into learning about it and preaching it. Now, when you're doing that, you don't know that you're becoming a priest. You don't know that. And that's unfortunate. You know, I feel like those people have been deceived. And when you've put your sweat and life's work into something like that, and then you find out that it's all just a big joke, or it's just a religion. Let's not say a big joke. It's a religion. Then that you might be quite upset about that, especially if you're strolling around saying, you know, I'm a PhD in this, that, and the other, and I've got pictures from space, and someone like you says, no, that's a pressurised system without containment. That's nonsense. You can't have any pictures from a sky vacuum that our gas we breathe isn't filling. It violates natural law. And these pictures aren't even pictures, they're composites. And for that person to go, oh my God, you know, they might realise in that moment that their entire life has been spent learning about a religion rather than learning about the world.
That's funny because my son did the same thing to me last night. He said, why do you keep telling me that it's 3959. I don't think it's that. I have a different understanding of it. I said, oh, so now you have questions, huh? You realize you've been lied to?
Yeah, thank you very much, Al Baruni. Oh, he's not Al Baruni, is he? Like, no offence to your son, like we give a crap what he thinks the radius is. These things are set down in the rhetoric. So, you think it matters?
Yeah, but they're running from it. Even that thing with this guy, Charles, which was excellent, by the way. Good job of spanking him in front of a live audience.
Oh, it was my pleasure.
Hey, Nathan, hey, Neil.
Hey,
That was
Brian,
a great
good
job,
to have you.
Nathan.
Hello. Hey, George.
Hey, George. Yeah, Charles wanted to have a big conversation about star trails that go clockwise and anti-clockwise. That's the kind of things he wanted to talk about, wasn't it?
Yeah, my
He didn't
son
want to
too.
talk about an R value.
My son as well. That's his big thing. 2 points in the sky. It has to be spherical. It can't be flat.
Sextant can only work if it's flat. 2 points in the sky.
2 points in the sky doesn't mean anything unless you assume antipodal positioning. So when it's formulated into an argument, it's an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. If the Earth's a sphere radius 3959, then I will observe antipodal stars when I travel to the southern hemisphere. When I travel to the southern hemisphere, open brackets, the very thing I'm trying to prove and I'm assuming in the first instance, close brackets, then I will observe an antipodal position in my presupposed southern hemisphere. Therefore,
Yeah,
Earth's a sphere. It's affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. Just begs the question in the first instance, Earth's a sphere. Begs the question that when you move south, you're antipodal from where you began. It's just nonsense. Doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, but he's holding it up against a flat Earth. That's what it is. Can work here, but it can't work there.
Oh, false dichotomy fallacy. Here's your model, and your stars don't. I don't have a model.
Yeah.
The fact that the globe model requires you assume antipodal positioning when travelling south, i.e., you beg the question of the model, and then affirm that because you've begged the question and are therefore antipodal, you've proved that you're antipodal. It's just nonsense. It's useless. It's rubbish. But most people hear it formulated in the way I did, but without the open brackets, because I've assumed a sphere in the first instance, close brackets bit, and think it's a good argument. It isn't.
Yeah, Charles tried to do the same thing.
Did he? Not with me.
You know this guy, Arctic Reflections. Travis, Ether Band, put up a video earlier. This guy, Arctic Reflections, was attacking him and attacking Mitchell. You know Mitchell's coin thing where he shows it on a table disappearing, and then,
Very
then
annoying
you
video.
can see the coin again. Sorry?
I said that was a very annoying video. I must admit.
Yeah.
Very stressful.
But I wrote a couple of comments and I said, look, I told the guy basically you're either a fraud or a fool because of what he said about Mitchell's video. And he came back, and I wrote a couple of things about the Sextant, and he came back to me saying that he was a Swedish admiral and all this kind of stuff, and I don't know, whatever, in the Navy in Sweden, and he was this and that and everything, right? And he knows all about celestial navigation and blah, blah, blah. So I asked him very straight, I said, so what I had said to him was that the geometric horizon was even presupposed by celestial navigation for a couple of centuries. It's only a mathematical position, even according to them. What they call the actual and real horizon is the one we see. The geometric one was just a dip angle to a mathematical location. And I said that they use height of void correction then to create a completely flat horizontal plane underneath the boat. And he came back to me telling me he was a Navy this and a Swedish admiral that. I said, right, so are you saying I'm wrong then? And he came back to me with, oh, everything is all globe and we all use globe and navies and radars have horizons. But before that, he claimed that you can't see the geometric horizon because of the atmosphere, right? Claiming a refracted horizon. So I said, right,
So is radar being stopped by a refracted horizon? Because that's what you're claiming, and he won't. I haven't gotten an address off him yet for that.
That did cover with Charles. So when they say refracted horizon in that context, they're talking about, as you mentioned, and Charles did also, atmosphere. That's atmo, air, sphere. So they've got an air sphere, which the light bends round. Well, that's rate of R dependent, so they're going to need R when they claim atmospheric refraction. Where'd they get R from? Well, they don't, because they've just refracted the very thing they measure it with. That would be the horizon that's supposed to be a physical geometric edge that they measure R from. But what's that? It's refracted by way of atmospheric refraction dependent on R, paradoxically meaning you can't refract it with a value you can't measure to refract it with. Yeah, that's useless. They need R for that. And we've debunked it with the black swan.
Yeah, but do you see what
and they don't have straight lines anymore.
Exactly. They don't have any straight lines anymore. What are you going to do? Draw a tangent, you say? And no, you don't have any straight lines to draw.
How could the radar have an horizon that's blocking it, that's physically stopping it, if the horizon is refracted? Do you understand? This isn't BS claims they come up with. This radar horizon is due to the geometric horizon. But they're all claiming a refracted horizon. So what's stopping the radar then, lads?
Yeah,
Maybe
they don't
it's the
understand their
power
own claim.
output.
To say a geometric horizon's blocking radar is to say that a horizon that only exists in maths can never be seen and is claimed by anti-flat earthers to only be able to be seen if you sucked out all the atmosphere. That would be sphere-shaped air and the rate of R that is then dependent on that claim, which they haven't got anymore. Like Charles ably demonstrated, they can't give you R. They'd rather deny they need it than get to the tricky position where they have to admit they can't measure it anymore because they haven't got a horizon to measure it with. It's refracted, according to them, meaning end of their geometry. As soon as they refract it, they're not doing geometry anymore, can't do geometry anymore, can't make Earth-based sphere, edge, horizon claims anymore because they haven't got one. That only exists in the maths. Why? Well, because we haven't got an Earth curve edge for a horizon, we haven't got an Earth curve, we're not on an Earth that's spherical. It's just that simple.
Then is this radar horizon a calculation based on a globe with a geometric horizon?
A calculation based on the globe. Only exists in the maths then. So it's not going to get in the way of Jack in reality, it's just in the maths.
Yeah, I watched a program, a video about these guys who were fishermen, and they weren't in very big boats, but they had good equipment. They're off of Florida, and they were talking about how it was about their output. Obviously, they have to have their areas high so they don't get blocked by swell and waves and stuff in bad weather. But it was about output, and we were talking about different models that they use and which model had the best output. Do you know what I mean? And they were from their height, the height of the antenna, which is like about 16 foot on some of them. They were seeing they could get 27 miles straight. Do you know what I mean? It's completely utter nonsense. Right? But where's the where is this geometric horizon that's blocking this radar?
It only exists in the maths.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. In reality, we don't have a geometric horizon. That would be Earth curve. Earth curve's a fantasy. It's a religion. In reality, we haven't got Earth curve. That's not something you have to factor in life because it doesn't exist in reality.
Yeah, I mean, it's only ever a mathematical thing. And it's even claimed to be only a mathematical location. So it can't be anything that's claimed to be blocked by it. It's a mathematical claim based on a calculation that's based on a globe.
Hey, John. Happy New Year. John, don't know if you were trying to say hello.
First of all, they're all going back to the old days. I could see already. They're all going back to old arguments that weren't valid then, held no weight then, and they still have no weight. They're going backwards. They're not going forwards. Charles proved that. So did this guy with this video he put out.
Charles the liar? I don't need R. Yeah, you do. Here's where you use it in your video. No, I don't. If I double down, he's in my comments at the moment doing damage control, asking people where in the 17 years he's been in the subject he's ever lied. And I'm there replying to him at 4 minutes 33. That's where you lied. When you said you didn't need R, and I pointed out that you use R in a false dichotomy, that's where you need R. You liar. So Charles can't quite believe it at the moment while he's doing his little damage control stint. He can't quite believe he's been branded a liar with an overt demonstration of him lying live on camera. He can't quite believe it's happened. Yeah. Enjoy the aftertaste, Charles.
Yeah, but Nathan, that was excellent how you had his face on the whole time. I don't know how that was done, but that was epic because it shows you can really read a face, and he was squirming. Couldn't get out of it. Kept trying to change it or talk about something else, and you didn't let him off the hook, so that was awesome. The other thing is, if you read the chat, it was his show, correct?
Yeah.
You were on his show?
Yeah.
You read the chat, these people, they're blinded by it because they're all in favor of this guy. I know it's his channel, but when a lie is exposed, it's supposed to click something, like, oh, wait a second. This guy, Nathan, has a point.
Yeah, that's okay. It just affirmed something I knew already about that particular audience, the anti-flat earth audience. When they hear somebody exposed as lying with an example and they're looking at their feet and shifting and scratching their back and rubbing their head, I clearly being exposed as a liar, they think I'll open my wallet for him. That's the problem, you see. Confidence tricksters, otherwise known as con men. That's what Charles has got. A lot of confidence. The only problem with that is, when it's really obvious that you're lying through your back teeth, you suddenly have a load of shifty tells. Yeah? And suddenly you have to lash out in a way that you've never done on your show before. That's to shut your guests down, as he points out that you're a disgusting human being and lying. In control of the conversation because you've got them over a barrel, pointing out their lie. Now, at that point, Charles had to shut me down. Now, it's very different when I have to shut somebody down who's lost badly and then just chants through us. That's very different. I have to shut them down because they've disturbed the conversation, having lost badly. Me, I've proven with example and quotes and timestamps where Charles is lying. I've then explained it to his audience on a live stream, and he's muted me. Censored me. Now, little didn't Charles know that there was another bigger audience watching the whole thing, so every time he pressed that mute button, they got to see a nice big banner say, "The host has muted you." So when I said you haven't got a measurement in reality for R, end quote, and then "the host has muted you" appears, that looks absolutely terrible. When I point out that he's assumed R, the very thing he's lied about needing for about 10 straight minutes, in a begging the question and false dichotomy fallacy, he grins, looks at his shoes, shifts uncomfortably, and when I labour the point because he doubles down and says, "I have never lied," he mutes me. That's what you get on these so-called neutral platforms. If you expose someone on one of those quote-unquote neutral platforms for their lie, they will mute you. That's right, they'll shut you down, censor the fact that they've been caught lying. If you ask them for an R measurement, as I very specifically did, you can see it there, nice and published for my audience. I ask for R, Charles muted me. Now, bearing in mind that that's the only reason I was there, he'd had it pinned in his own comments when I made it abundantly clear that I wanted to speak to him at any point, at any time he chose, to ask him where he got his R measurement. The result was he lied about needing R. That's what Charles is, a liar. Where are you getting your R measurement? The one he used in his false dichotomies, again and again and again when he assumed a globe Earth model that has R. He lied about needing it. Now, that's what liars do, confidence tricksters. But believe me, they'll squirm and shut down their opponent for their paying audience when they're exposed for their lies. So that's what Charles did. Shut me down as quick as you can say, mute button. The moment he was exposed for lying. The moment he was exposed for lying about not needing R, it got back on track, didn't it? Me asking for R. And what happened when I asked him for measurements for R? Quicker than you can say mute button, I was silenced for his audience because I'm asking for measurements that he's lying about needing. He's a liar. It's plain and simple. I've known it ever since I've known Charles. I find him repulsive. And I've told him on many occasions. He's a disgusting, repulsive liar. Now, I've proven that beyond all doubt to both my audience and his live audience. They know it. Now, when he had to concede something, which was, oh, yeah, you can accuse me of using a false dichotomy. Yeah, that false dichotomy had R in it, Charles. Yeah? I even got you to concede, albeit a tentative concession that, yeah, I've used a false dichotomy that needs R. Yeah, there's your lie being exposed for your own audience, Charles. From here forth, every single person who has seen those videos, and there are many where I highlight it, right down to a 12-second clip where I ask you for your R and you mute me. Yeah, everyone will know how big a liar you are, Charles. No matter how much damage control you go around doing, asking people in the 12 years of you doing this when you've ever lied, I'll be there right behind you to step in and go, here's a very clear, overt example of Charles Flat Earth Math being himself. And that's a liar. Here's him lying about needing R, and then me pointing out where his lie falls apart because he's using it in his videos he's saying he doesn't need it in. And then here's him doubling down like the lying turd he is, saying, no, that's not me needing R because it's a false dichotomy with the R in it. Yeah, that's a lie. And he's looking at his shoes and scratching his head because he doesn't know what the hell to do because he's caught red-handed lying. So, in conclusion, from here forth, Charles Flat Earth Math will be known as Charles the Liar because he is.
Yeah, but he's claiming that you're skipping step one, Nathan. So he contradicts himself. First, he says he's a globe believer and he's going to prove it, right? He has all these observations, and then he turns around and says, oh, we can't measure the Earth. We got to go to step one.
Step one is assume the Earth's a sphere. He does it by way of false dichotomy in every video. That's his lie. So here's step one. Well, we've got to figure out what the shape of the Earth is. No, you've already done that. That's my argument, and where you have to lie about needing R. Because you don't figure anything out when you hold up the model of a sphere Earth and say, in a sphere Earth, etc., etc., etc. That's you assuming a sphere Earth with an R value. Now, denying it and saying you don't need to is a lie. Now, I know it. Charles knows it. His live audience knows it. And anybody who ever utters his words will know it also. Because wherever you go, Charles, I'll be right behind you, pointing out your lie, while you say, I'm very honest, smile, smile, con man, smile. I'll be there showing them your lie. And it's nice and clear, nice and obvious. I don't need R. Yes, you do. Here's you needing R and using it. No, I don't. Mute button. Ha 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 ha! You lying scum.
Yeah, Charles was always kind of a liar like that, even all those years back. But he was at least always doing it with a smile, you know?
Yeah, that's it. Let's remember, rather than whether or not Charles has ever been caught lying, now we have a definite example of him lying. We'll just remember that he was basically always a liar. Yeah, that's why I did it. I don't give a crap about all these people come begging for my attention. But when Charles, these teachers, yeah, these scum teachers that lie, they're the ones that make my skin crawl the most. So when Charles is in my chat lying about needing R, yeah, I'll meet him wherever he wants, so I can really rub his lie right in his face for his own audience. So then he can be branded permanently a liar, which he is. And always was, right, Arwin? We always knew he was a liar. Now we've got clear, demonstrable proof of him lying on camera live. Wonderful. He always was a liar. We always knew it, right, Arwin?
Well, to be fair, way back, I kind of fell for it, right, with him. And now we're talking like 3 or 4 years ago, when I didn't really know it all too much. At the beginning of the Flat Earth debate days, well, he was caught lying, kind of like this. We just didn't really. You weren't full Nathanian just yet, Nathan. We were all just still kind of exploring what was going on the scene. But he was even lying like this with a smiley face, right? And not even, hiding it for himself in the moment, even like a pathological liar. He was like that even back then.
Yeah, he was a confidence trickster back then with his con artist smile, lying then and lying now. Nice to have it documented nice and concisely with him lying and then looking all shifty. You know, he's a great poster child for behaviour analysis when you're caught lying. Oh, Charles. Oh, dear.
Any critical thinker, when you brought those points out, would really look into it. He's a liar and a con man, and he doesn't want to leave the cult. He's a priest in the cult.
Yeah, now he's just a liar.
You know where he was making the biggest globe claim in all the things he was saying, and I thought maybe you might pull him on it, but I was thinking you were going to stick more with the or, because that is what you went there for. But when he said, first of all, we got to figure out what the shape of the Earth is, he's pre-assuming that the Earth has a shape, because flat is not a shape. Yeah, flat is not a shape. You know, horizontal is not a shape. Horizontal line is not a shape. A circle is a shape. A sphere is a shape. A triangle is a shape. So
Brian, you're right. Flat's an aspect. The word is aspect, right? There's an aspect that we understand and appreciate about the nature of reality. One aspect that we understand is that overall, shout out to Bev Try Thinking, we have a plane. That is the overall aspect. That's why you acquire elevation angles. That's why you utilise things like sea level. We have a plane. Now, don't get me wrong. Yeah, there's hills, there's topology. Yeah, fine. But overall, it's flat. That's what we're actually dealing with. Now, that aspect does not in any way infer any shape. Now, debating whether or not there's a shape or aspect isn't what I was there for, Brian, as you've identified. And yeah, I could have had him over a barrel on all sorts of different things. But he's in my chat lying. I don't need R. Yeah, you do. Here's you using it in false dichotomy, you lying scum. No, I don't need R. If you look at all of those 20 observations, none of them assume a sphere. Here's you assuming a sphere by way of false dichotomy, you lying scum. No, I don't. That's what he was doing in my chat. All right. So you think you can come here and lie overtly to my chat with me on my own stream, pointing out where you're lying in the chat. Fine, where do you want to meet? I'll call you a liar and have it branded permanently with the word liar on your face in the thumbnail so everybody knows it's a fact. And there's no debate or discussion about you needing R when I point out where you need R, where you've used it, with sound bites of you saying, in the globe Earth model. That'll be needing R. And you saying to me in debate, where do I need R? And then me cutting in you saying, in the globe Earth model, answering your own stupid question that you're lying about. So, Charles, it's pretty conclusive. Everybody's completely clear that you're a liar now. So carry on with your damage control, asking where you've lied, and I'll keep posting it. If I've got a mod in any chat stream that you're in, I'll be posting a link to your lie, with all the timestamps where you lie, with your shifty-looking grinning face, just like I said I would. Do you remember, Charles, me saying that's exactly what I'd be doing? That's exactly what I did. Went on your live stream and called you a liar to your own lying face, and then watched you grin and smirk as I did so. Yeah?
Yeah, but it's about time you let his audience know. Nathan, when I said this before, when somebody's lying to you, they're calling you stupid. So he's calling his audience stupid because he expects them to believe his lie.
Furthermore,
the audience is calling you stupid.
He's describing his discussions because he's a smarmy, lying con man. That's Charles. Flat Earth math. The lying, should say that twice, lying, smarmy con man usually gets away with feeling that lie structure he utilises always is going to be forgivable if he's smiling enough. Therefore, quote-unquote, civil. Now, I pointed out to Charles that I don't consider being lied to civil in any way, shape or form. That's why, in case anybody's wondering, he got treated like dirt. And I told him I am in charge, which I was. The discussion was very much in my charge the entire time. Charge had no way or shape or means for Charles. He didn't have any charge of the situation whatsoever. I did. Didn't matter that it was his show, because when you're caught lying, it's clear to everybody around that you've been caught lying, especially if you're on camera.
Yeah, when you get caught lying, you lose power. He lost power on his own show. Oh, unprecedented.
Exactly as I told him he would.
Well, I think what was really good, and he didn't realise this when you said it to him. I can't remember exact words, so I won't try and quote you verbatim before the show starts. But you said to him, "You don't realise what you've done here." He said something like that. By the fact he muted you, because as soon as you start asking him hard questions that he wasn't willing to answer directly, he wanted to keep on going back to his, what he called step one was, let's figure out what shape it is. He's already pre-assuming shape, right? You weren't allowing that. You were sticking him to what he has to claim, what he is claiming. And because he couldn't answer that straight, he had to mute you. That was the end of this. Why don't you go onto a neutral platform, Nate, and stuff?
Yeah.
That's what you get.
Exactly. And I really took great pleasure in subtitling me saying these words. You haven't given me your R measurement in reality. And then a banner appearing saying, the host has muted you. I ask for R. Charles muted me. Why? Well, because he's spent the entire show lying about not needing it. When he gets back on track and I've proven he's a liar, and he definitely needs it, and I start asking him where he gets it, that's when he mutes me. Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon and crypto link in the info box below the video. Also below this video you can get £50 for swapping your UK electricity supplier to Octopus Energy, and this is a particular note if you drive an electric vehicle. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. Now, we are joined by Refracted Curvature, Neil, Brian's Logic, Arwin, and a whole bunch of people in Discord. So welcome, one and all.
Hello, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good to be back after the festive season. Everyone relaxed, plentifully filled up with food and all that good stuff.
Yeah, had enough of it.
Had enough of it, I agree. When the Christmas tree was getting packed away, I was like, yeah, I've had enough of Christmas now. Let's get on with the rest of the new year, because it's so new outside. It's 2 degrees here. Hey, refracted curvature. Oh no, it's Righteous. Hey, Righteous.
Hello, Nathan.
Hello. Let's do a bit of housekeeping. Any evidence that you can have a curved adjacent whilst acquiring an elevation angle?
Absolutely not. Sorry, Richard.
Come on, Discord, you're all warmed up in the pre-show. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge horizon formerly known as the curve of the Earth? Was that someone snorting? Did someone snort at that question? I agree. It's a ludicrous question. Earth
Nobody
curve
ever claimed it.
only exists in
Nobody
the
ever
maths.
claimed the horizon is mathematic. Geometric.
Or real. No one's claiming Earth curve's real. Who's ever claimed Earth curve's real?
A horizon doesn't exist because it's not Earth curve.
Yeah, I've had that a few times from complete idiots in chat. If there's no Earth curve horizon, so they've got a basic grasp of the Black Swan argument, us debunking the geometry that is claimed to be Earth curve. Well, if there's no globe Earth physical horizon, then there wouldn't be a horizon at all. You wouldn't even have a horizon on a flat Earth. Now, that actually spans from them being so used to seeing Muppet vision. That's you on the left and the target on the right. So you're seeing the side of your own head. You never get that perspective. You can't see the side of your own head and the target at the same time. But that's what they show you to basically remove perspective. Now, in so doing, if you draw a line, a straight line between target and observer, there's no horizon. Doesn't matter if you write 1 million miles on that line, no horizon. Because it's drawn that way, and the only thing that creates a horizon is a globe underneath that straight line. Oh, by the way, that line doesn't exist anymore. It's refracted for them. Anyway, even though they haven't got this straight line I'm describing in their maths, if they had it, they'd have a globe underneath it that created the horizon. And when you remove it, no horizon, they chant. Yeah, we do definitely still have a horizon. It's just not your physical sphere edge called Earth curve anymore. We debunked that with the Black Swan. Any evidence of R?
No.
No. Any evidence of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety?
You
No,
and
no,
your
no,
reference
no.
frames were ruined.
Say again, George?
You and your reference frames were ruined.
Oh, you and your reference frames have been ruined. Yeah, that's Simon Dan. If I'd have known back then, I'd have replied via Twitter. I don't actually really know how to use Twitter other than when I hit share on my own video and then put it on Twitter, which is all you'll see in my Twitter stream. But, I got that. I may have replied to him. I don't know. It's been about 3 years. But either way, I don't have any reference frames, Simon Dan. Way to show your total lack of understanding of Coriolis deflection by telling me that I don't have any reference frames, that'd be globe reference frames, are ruined. So, me not having any and the globe claiming 2 of them, you say they're ruined, do you, Dan? Oh, my God. Yeah, nice way of showing you don't understand any of these arguments.
I think that the Earth rotation expectation have been dropped dramatically.
That was almost iambic pentameter. Kudos. Any evidence of the distance to the sun?
It's over there, whatever it is,
You-
or
you
so it
need
seems
us for
to
that.
be.
Yeah, they'll need
I
for that.
see something.
Might be people asking for, various claim to be angular measurements that don't necessarily need R, but I know your sentiment's right. They'll need R for that.
Right. Yeah, Charles thought that Aristophanes measured it, didn't he? Until you reminded him that he actually had to presuppose the Earth being a ball underneath that first. But he just didn't seem to get that part.
Oh,
and
no, he
moved
did.
on.
No, he did. If you listen back later on in the show, he makes it overtly clear that will not be working to give him a measurement. He actually states it. For some reason, I think tactically he thought that by saying, well, no, that doesn't get me to the point where I know the Earth's a sphere. It's like they know the rebuttal so well that they feel that weaseling in our rebuttal to their rebuttal will somehow make it work for them. It's like, right, so we don't have to assume the Earth's a sphere when doing Sticks and Shadows. Okie dokie. He even started off by saying, well, you can do that on a flat Earth. It's like, well, that puts that out of the question then. Thanks for that. It's like, what are you playing at? It's like he knows that I already know I'm going to rip that to shreds, so he gets it out of the way quickly for me. Thanks, Charles. Yeah, great. When I referred back to you describing it being done on a flat plane, it pretty much did away with that argument swiftly. Yeah, that's because you said it didn't work. You were the one describing how he did do it on a flat plane. Kudos for proving a flat plane. He did get welcome to Flat Earth at one stage. Charles, Flat Earth Math, the liar that is Flat Earth Math, that is.
Yeah,
It's a
plus
really
Aristosthenes.
Sorry. It's a really weird anti-flat Earth habit. Can I please?
One sec, Chaos. Go ahead,
I'll
Alan.
leave it short.
Go on.
Yeah. It's a really weird habit from anti-flat Earthers that when they basically know that they've been caught and they don't know how to get out of it using their storytelling, that they will just basically admit defeat by feeding you back the arguments that defeat them, but then still come out of it not admitting they're defeated. And this is like a real anti-flat earther thing. And Charles did that directly. Just admission, but no defeat.
Hey, Eli. Just give us 1 sec. Go ahead, Chaos, and hey, Eli.
Hey.
So Aristosthenes presupposed step one.
Yeah, that's why it got dealt with so quickly. He knows it, I know it. Yeah. But that didn't get much airtime, did it, for that reason? That's right, Eli.
Yeah. Sorry. Did you hear that?
Yeah, indeed. It's all good.
That's the sound of the police coming for these thieving, thuggery, lying, backstabbing.
Not the police. Not the police. That's the ambulance coming to take him to the psycho ward.
Yeah, this guy in 24/7 all weekend was basically just, give me a second here.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, 24/7. The guy was just basically trying to, I don't know what he was doing, because the thing is, everything that we brought up, the black swan, the lunar eclipses, solar eclipses, even gas pressure without a container, he would say, yeah, no, you're right. But he would spin off into this hypothetical not even a red herring half the time. It just had nothing to do with nothing. And it's like, well, how do you feel about the deception? And he'd just say things like, well, I think, when you're dealing with concepts of things out in the cosmos, it's very complicated. That's why no, it's not complicated. It's just wrong if you can't convey a point that is also backed by some kind of, somewhere in reality, there's a parallel or connection. You can't just make stuff up. And the stuff like gas, attracting gas, that's never been seen ever, and it's the exact opposite. So I don't understand.
Trying to get on the show, join live stream queue and a moderator will move you into the live stream. From the chat, where's Wally saying he doesn't know how to get in because it's full. Join live stream queue rather than live stream. Someone will move you in. Did we get any scientific evidence of gravity over the festive season?
Absolutely not.
Negative.
We were discussing this.
No.
Go on. Sorry.
Have you heard what Sleeping Warrior's been talking about? About Einstein and what he said about mass attracting mass or Newtonian physics?
Did he say, quote, "That's a load of old bollocks," end quote?
No, not that exactly, but he may as well. So I'll read it out loud. The gravitational field. If we pick up a stone and then let it go, why does it fall to the ground? The usual answer to this question is because it is attracted by the Earth. Modern physics formulates the answer rather differently for the following reasons. As a result of the more careful study of electromagnetic phenomena, we have come to regard action at a distance as a process impossible without the intervention of some intermediary medium.
Yeah, I like
So,
mine better. But yes, brilliant. You say you got that from Sleeping Warrior?
yep, who got it from Einstein's PDF? And basically, he's saying mass attracting mass is process impossible, not replaced. Oh well, not supplanted, not supplemented. No, gone.
Cool, very cool.
Well,
Thank you for
what?
that, Eli. Shout out to Matthew Hall, who says 3 words to wreck the globe brain. Flat is fact. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it.
Right, Elijah. So they need kind of a ether for the gravity to to leap the distance, right? Like they falsely attribute to light because you think it's a wave, right?
Well,
So
they
they
need
need
some
that
kind of
for gravity.
energy.
They need the medium for the gravity
Yes,
wave to pass through. Well,
yes,
why don't you
basically.
just conjure it up? They conjure up everything else, right? They conjure up black holes,
Hold on.
dark matter.
Careful, careful. Before you know it, you'll have gravity weave, and it'll be ascribed to you.
Yes.
Is that what that chuckle was for?
Then I'll
Oh,
have scientific
I see.
things
what the
tied
chuckle
into my
was.
name on both heliocentrism and flat Earth.
Gotcha. I wonder what the chuckle was. You were like, "Mwah," because you're like, something could be ascribable here. Hold on, I can come up with some heliocentric nonsense. What about the gravity weave? That'll do.
Yeah, or gravitational ether. That
Perfect.
word would be popular.
Very, very good. Perfect nonsense. So what about any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics?
Gravitational ether.
Feel free to join in, Wally. Now you're in. Testing. Can we get a hello?
Hello.
Hello.
That wasn't Wally. I don't know who that was making all that noise.
That
Sorry.
was Wally, obviously. I mean, he suggested he'd come in last time and then couldn't figure out how to use his mic, so he suggested he'd come in today, and I said, well, if you can get your mic working. Clearly, we know the answer to that.
Is he a globe believer?
This guy thinks he can prove a sphere. He can't actually get a mic working, but he thinks he can prove the Earth's a sphere. That's right.
No, he came on the show the other day, Nathan. Don't you remember? Came back in chat and said I was on the show.
I'll give him one more opportunity. So, any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics?
No, and there can't be.
Gravitational ether.
What about any evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core at the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth?
No.
What about?
No, it only ever existed in the science fiction.
No, you got to go to step 1 first.
Step 1, which is what? Assume Earth's a sphere?
No, we got to measure it. We got to see what it is, if it's flat or what shape it is. That's step one. We can't just assume it's a sphere and it's got a molten iron core.
Yeah, that's exactly what they do. They go in the globe Earth model, and then when you point out that they assume a sphere with an R value when they say in the globe Earth model, they double down and lie. Just for context, we're talking about a liar named Charles. Flat Earth Math is his YouTube channel. A liar. So lies about needing R, and when you point out that here's you using R by way of assumption in the globe model, they'll double down and lie to a live audience and squirm quite a lot. And then when you point out that you've overcome their objection that they don't need R by way of a lie, they'll then mute you when you ask them for measurements of R. Liars like Charles, Flat Earth Math. That's what they do. You're right, Brian. I don't know if it was in the pre-show, but Brian was pointing out that it was a joyous moment when I was asking for R and Charles muted me. It was a nice big banner for my audience to see that said, "The host has muted you." So I could then subtitle it after the fact with Charles muting me whilst being asked for the R value he lied about needing when I pointed out where he needed it in his false dichotomy. In the globe model, end quote, Charles, Flat Earth Math. Liar. So when we got to the point that I was actually asking for the R measurement, got round his lie that he used to try and avoid answering where he got R by saying he didn't need it, that lie. Once we got around that, he muted me because I'm asking him for R measurements then. Yeah, not because I'm being disruptive. I mean, he can claim that, but disruptive because I'm asking him for R after he lied about not needing it. I showed him where he needed it in the globe model, end quote. And then he muted me for asking him for the measurements. I mean, because they haven't got any. We've debunked them with the black swan. Charles doesn't want to go through that. Obviously embarrassing for the globe process. So he'd rather lie and expose himself as a fraud and liar than, you know, get to the point where he can admit that he hasn't got a sphere edge horizon anymore. He's refracted it. No, he'd rather lie and just say he didn't need R at all.
Well, you catch them because right in the next breath is when they say they don't, but in the next breath, the next sentence, they're assuming R.
Absolutely. Well, he'd already done it. I'd gone and quoted him from his own videos. He couldn't quite believe it. He still can't quite believe it. He's in my comments trying to do damage control, asking people where he's lied on a video where it's timestamped with him lying. But there we go. That's the kind of mentality that you've got if you've got a globe faith that you've got to defend. If you've got to defend the indefensible, you're going to end up being branded a liar by someone like me, with over obvious examples that any idiot can look along and say, here's someone saying they don't need something. Here's their opponent pointing out where they need it and used it. They're a liar. Really clear, cut and dry stuff. Charles Flat Earth Math is a liar. If you ever want to mention that to Charles, you be my guest. If you ever want to answer his question, where have I ever lied, take him to any of those videos with his face on it, grinning, and the stamp on the thumbnail that says liar, big massive stamp, because that's the video he lies in. It's really clear. Hope you enjoy the aftertaste, Charles.
Can you say that's like the same as when you tell me, like the Fonz doesn't have to tell anybody he's cool. It just comes out of him naturally. And you shouldn't have to defend yourself if you're telling the truth. I think it's sort of like the same thing. Why is he in chat trying to defend himself so hard? If he wasn't lying, he would not need to defend himself.
Because he can't quite believe he's been caught. So he's out there doing damage control going, when have I ever lied? Yeah, this video is a video of you lying, Charles, that you're commenting on. Hello? Everyone here is calling you a liar in the comments because it's really obvious you're a liar. That's why they're saying, yeah, he's a liar in the comments. So when you ask them underneath, where have I lied, on a video with you lying in it, it's really stupid. It makes you seem so slimy and dishonest. Well, you're a con man, we all know that, Charles. But let's be clear, when you ask someone in a video where you're demonstrably lying, and you've been caught lying, and you're shifting uncomfortably because you're lying, and you're conceding the false dichotomy you used to lie with, yeah, asking where you've lied, that ain't gonna fly. Yeah, there's not a fuckwit in the house that's gonna buy that, Charles. Not one. But you keep doing that damage control. Maybe just putting the blinkers on and going, where have I lied? Yeah, maybe that'll work. I bet he can't quite believe it. Shout out to Retro Bill. He says, blessings to Nathan and the panel. Thank you, Retro Bill.
I kind of liked when he was trying to set up the false dichotomy, and he was like, well, first we have to establish the shape. Is it a dodecahedron? Is it a...
What an idiot.
He resorted
Like,
to the argument that Baldwin uses, and that is, look, what else shape could it be, right? That's basically what he's doing. Like, oh, look at
yeah,
these ridiculous ideas that it could be. It could be a pancake in outer space, or a whatever cube or something. So, but
Yeah,
a
but-
ball makes sense with Aristophanes and all. It sort of fits. All you have to do is presuppose it's a ball, and it's okay.
Yeah,
Well,
but shape
the-
excludes. Sorry, just one thing. Shape excludes horizontal plane, because that is, as Nathan has said before, and we spoke about it earlier. That's an aspect. It's not a shape. So when they say, "Well, you need to find out the shape," they're instantly excluding it ever being a horizontal plane.
Well, they're using a fallacy division, and what they'll do is they'll hold up a object and say, "See, this object has shape, therefore you live on an object." Is what they want you to. You want to, so they can create a model in your mind. And the same trick where Neil deGrasse Tyson slaps the beach ball. It's along those lines.
Yeah, it's always about a shape. You're always supposed to be on a shape. It's like, we're trying to find out the shape of this place, the shape. It's never like, maybe there is no shape. Maybe it's just a horizontal plane with topography. Do you know what I mean? And waves.
Good point.
Well, that is how it measures. It does measure that way. So I know he didn't like that word, but they're not allowed to use it anymore since they have to presuppose a flat plane before they can measure anything.
That way is
Yeah, I
a
mean-
plane, by the way. A flat plane to gain an elevation angle to establish your position.
Well, I saw a comment I put on one of my most recent video was about I was talking about maps in it. All these maps are claimed to be somehow a globe projection, right? Now we know that the Mercator does not seem to match the globe, right? Because you can't put a circle on it of equal altitude and then turn it back into a globe, or turn it into a globe, I should say, and the circle stay a circle, or all the coordinates match. It doesn't do that. It all gets warped up. So every one of these projections that all these cartographers make, right, there's always some flat version of a supposed sphere. You have things like, obviously, the Mercator map, which brings Europe and other things down towards the center, Europe and the US and that down towards the center, and it distorts the sizes of Africa and Greenland, blah, blah, blah. Then you have the Gauss-Peter projection, which shows what's supposed to be the more true size of the continents, but it doesn't give you any position in relation to each other that they should be in. Then you have the likes of the AE map and the Gleason's map, or the Gleason's map distorts Australia and things like that. Supposedly, Australia's distorted in its width or whatever its length, things like that. So all these supposed globe projections all have to be made flat to be used, right? But none of them actually fit in the globe. And whoever uses this globe for navigating anything, whoever uses an actual globe, nobody uses this. When is there going to be a cartographer out there who just deals with reality and creates a flat map? Because they keep on taking a globe and then trying to manipulate it into some kind of a flat thing that can be used for something. Do you know what I mean? Why don't you just make a flat out map? Stop messing around. So why does everything, because they always start with their shape. It's like, well, let's see what shape it is. It's a globe. But now we need to use reality, so that means we have to flatten everything out all the time. If you stop making a globe in the first place, just ignore that completely and just deal with reality, then you won't have a problem. You'll have a flat map. There'll be no need for all these distortions.
Yeah, but they gotta reaffirm their religion, Brian.
Yeah, but that's
Well,
kind of besides the point. The point I'm making is they keep on having all these different versions of maps made of all triangles, a rectangular map, a square map, a map that shows the Earth as a circle, but it's flat. But all these things have to be flat. Because they keep on trying to take something that's a globe, because they're starting with globe, and try to flatten it all out in different ways to use it for reality. Why don't you just deal with reality? Stop starting with a globe. And before you know it, he'll have a great map.
Any evidence you can have gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of a container to press upon?
Negative. We're still on housekeeping, yeah? Negative. You cannot have gas pressure unless you have containment.
Well, you could probably do a little flat Earth math and put a container on one side of the equation and a container on the other side of the equation, and then say there's no container in the equation.
And you could use
so
a
sad that
pipe.
where's Wally, his mic is not working, apparently.
Yeah, his
That's
brain's not
fascinating.
working.
Yes, that's really interesting. Thanks for that, George.
Well, in chat, somebody was responding to Sleeping Warrior with the gas pressure out of container. And he says, obviously, he's not aware of the atmospheric conditions.
It's a contradiction in terms. So, atmospheric, we covered this in the pre-show too. Atmo, sphere. Air, sphere. Sphere-shaped air. So he's not aware of the sphere-shaped air conditions, what, the ones that don't need containment? Yeah, they beg the question of things like gravity, that isn't a force, to explain how gas will violate the second law of thermodynamics, which it never will. Gas fills space. Whatever space it's got, it's going to fill it. There's no arbitrary layer, like in the atmospheric description, called the Kármán line, where suddenly gas decides that it's going to have a vacation from natural law. Eat a load of cakes and then fall down, go boom boom, because gas doesn't do that. But it does in sphere-shaped air assumptions. You'll need an R for that, though. Like Charles, who lied about needing R when he was claiming atmosphere refraction. That would be R-based refraction. Obviously, if you're on a lie tip where you've got to lie about needing R, every time you've needed to use R is going to be quite embarrassing and, get you labelled a liar. But atmosphere has a sphere in it. So you're going to need an R for that assumption where you assume the very thing you're trying to prove, which is that air is sphere-shaped, and it's not. Air doesn't have a shape. It takes the shape of its containment.
I would not consider Earth a container. It seems to be like that's what they're implying. Container has walls. Do they know that?
Yeah, but we do have containment.
We must have containment because we have gas pressure. First, you need something to press on, then you can get gas pressure. Now, if instead of something to press on, you've got a vast empty space, like space, what they claim the sky is. If you've actually got what they claim the sky is, that would be a vast empty space called space. Then gas will travel in whatever direction it travels, because it moves in all directions, and keeps moving until it collides with something. So if there's nothing to collide with, do you know what it does? Gas, that is. It expands to fill the volume. It's the V in all those gas laws. Volume. How much space the gas has. Well, that's its containment. Now, if you say, no, it can have a volume but not containment, what, like at the Kármán line in atmospheric descriptions? Yeah, that's a violation of natural law. The V is whatever volume it's got to fill. And if space is real, then it's a volume for gas to fill. And gas isn't filling it, making it fake.
Yeah, that the gas filling space is described by the second law of thermodynamics, is it not?
Yeah, that's probably why they called the sky vacuum space. Well, if gas fills space, and we've got a space that gas isn't filling, why don't we just call it space like an elaborate double bluff? Hopefully no one will ever notice. That gas fills space, and here's our space, but gas ain't filling it. No, you move past the Kármán line and suddenly there's a void, and there's gas below you. You can be like Superman in the movies, looking down on the clouds from the vacuum, and looking at the clouds not expanding to fill the space you're in. in violation of natural law, because gas will fill the space it has to fill. So let's call it space.
Well, that's still my favorite because when you explain that to anyone, they really get it. I mean, they get it. It's like they can understand that.
It's a natural law. So, if they don't understand it, tough luck. If you want to deny it, tough luck also. If you're an anti-flat earther, that is. Oh, what's that you say? Gas can have a volume without having containment? Right, what about the bit beyond that? That's also the same volume, isn't it? So therefore you're going to calculate that in. No, we'll assign the Kármán line as the amount of volume. What's the Kármán line? It's just this imaginary line where we ascribe the volume to the amount of space that the gas that isn't filling space is got to fill.
When I was a baller, the way that I dealt with this was I thought I measured a sphere using tangential geometry, and then the assumption that gas wasn't filling that space followed naturally after it. But if you're an anti-flat earther and you know that you can't use tangential geometry to measure the Earth, this question should really bother you.
Question again would be, how can you have gas pressure without a container? Shout out to Udada, who says, Merriam-Webster, axis, the imaginary straight line that something such as Earth turns around. Very good. I'll give you the super chat. I think that concludes the housekeeping. Very good.
Yeah, when I explain it to guys that I work with and break it down the way you break it down, that gas would fill a space, we would have no air to breathe. They just seem to grasp that. A lot of other arguments they don't get, but they do get that one.
Not everybody's measured the Earth, but everybody's filled up a tire before. So I think that I do think you're right about that. But if they're up on heliocentric dogma, they're going to argue with you.
Well,
correct.
Speaking of arguing with you, I watched a bit of Jaron yesterday, and he had his Rose, I think her name is, and her buddy, or might have been a relation, I don't know. Either way, a dude that's saying, I think it's ludicrous that you should question rocket launches. And no offence to you, Rose, but you waffled on at nausea, rather than saying rocket launches might be real, but the place they're claimed to travel to is fake. You can't have rockets travelling through the Kármán line into an area that the gas we breathe could fill. That's a violation of natural law. If the sky was a vacuum, that would be the destination for the rocket, then the gas we breathe would fill the space. End of argument. All claims that take place in that area are ultimately fake. Any claims you can witness with your own eyes on the ground, like a rocket, well, that's perfectly legitimate. Okay, they send rockets up into the sky. Okay, what's the sky? What's the sky when they send you back pictures from the black? What's the black that they're sending pictures back from, allegedly sending pictures back from? Well, that would be space. A space for the gas below, so when they look back at the gas that we're breathing, that's not also following the rocket into the area of volume it has to fill. That's a natural law violation. Gas fills space. Space is a space, so they're not filming anything from space because we'd all be dead.
Yeah, that. Go on, John.
I was going to say what they usually do is fall back to the point at the gas pressure gradient and say that there's a vacuum between a ground level and Mount Everest.
What?
So the sky can be a vacuum.
Whoa. There's a vacuum between ground level and Everest. No. Everest has got gas that you can breathe, potentially. There's people been to the top of it without any help from gas containers. Yeah? Well, they get up there and they can still breathe. Why? Well, because the gas, which is predominantly created at ground level, has expanded to fill the space. So it's expanded upwards. Just in case there's any gravity believers out there listening to this. It's expanded upwards so that it's there on the top of Everest. Where's the vacuum in between? I don't follow that. That's complete nonsense.
I think you meant pressure differential.
and not
Yes. Yeah, it's a pressure differential.
Okay.
Yeah, while they're claiming all these things, they're making a point of ignoring, not learning, or just being too afraid to talk about the temperature gradient that goes along with the pressure gradient. You can't have a pressure gradient without a temperature gradient. Complete and utter nonsense.
Right, it's
Is
part
there
of
a different temperature?
just before you, just summarise this.
Yeah.
It's part of a dynamic system that, in the first instance, requires containment. Somebody said it in one of the chat comments about clouds. Oh, well, clouds, they're just gas pressure without a container. No, they're not. They're part of a dynamic system that must be contained in the first instance. In other words, first you have containment. That's something for the pressure. That's i.e. something to press on, to then have dynamic systems. So first gas pressure in containment, then dynamic systems with pressure gradients and clouds and all the rest of it. You know, the fact that you can see a phase change taking place with the gas that's made its way from ground level up to then be cycled back down again, it's just you watching something at the corner of a phase change. Doesn't mean that it's gas pressure without a container when the entire system is contained. That's the point. If the sky was a vacuum, however, we wouldn't be looking at clouds. We'd all be dead because the gas would fill the space. I am going to definitely shout out Godzilla37 because I missed 2 of his super chats. So in the after show for one of the shows just before Christmas, I was like, oh, Godzilla's super chatted in the live show and I didn't read it out, but I'll read it out now. And then after that, I went back and he'd given me another even bigger super chat that I hadn't read out. And they're typically about not reading out super chats. So I'm going to read out Godzilla's super chat. Just realised I haven't super chatted you since last year. And even longer since you read one of my super chats. Lol. Late Happy New Year to you. Thank you very much, Godzilla. And I'm sorry I didn't read out your super chats on the last show.
I just wanted to address that argument from absurdity, because that's usually where they'll go to, is to claim a gas pressure gradient that is somehow violating the need for a container to begin with.
Right, Delta X. Go ahead.
Can I just throw something out there? Ask any bowler, any amount of them, and now they will in a couple of weeks if everyone keeps on asking. But this is all the flat earthers out there, or anyone who just doesn't believe it's a globe, or just knows it's not a globe. Ask any one of them, right, what the air boundary layer is. Right? Ask any one of them what that is. None of them will have a clue what you're talking about, because none of them have ever looked into the reality of why we have clouds, where they are, why they're there, what the point of them is, right? How we have an air pressure gradient in the first place. None of them have looked into any of it because they were told it was gravity, and that's all they know. None of them. I've asked that question over and over again since I did that presentation on the sun creates our gas pressure gradient, and not one of the bowlers, regardless of who they were, not one of them knew what the air boundary layer was. That's what happens when you just parrot stuff and don't learn anything.
Could I ask a question, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
One deck it is, flat earther, by the way. It was just something that I wasn't able to answer when I was in a conversation about this gas pressure being contained, and the person I was talking to got onto the pressure differential and gradients, and they asked me. I was explaining how the pressure comes from the Earth and it fills every available space and it expands until it's filled. Then they got onto the pressure gradients, and they was asking me, which I didn't know how to answer really, if the pressure is expanding all the time and it's in a containment, why does the pressure never equalize so it's just one pressure?
Dynamic system.
It must be escaping somewhere, they was telling me, or it must be being released.
Cycling, not escaping.
Sorry, Nathan, what was that? Sorry.
Cycling. We live in a dynamic system. We were all taught this in high school, actually. So you've got, for example, the water cycle. Well, that's not escaping or being released in any way, shape, or form. It's cycling. So, when you have the majority of the gases created at ground level, then you're going to have a higher concentration at ground level, and cycling with some of them on their way up, coming back down again at a certain boundary layer, right,
change,
Brian? Which is what
changes
Brian's just been discussing. So Brian's got a better knowledge of this than I have, but he can hold the ballers to task by describing accurately how these cycles work.
Right, yeah. So the gas will go up, it'll
what-
get to a certain pressure, temperature, it'll change its state and condense into water and drop back down. So that's keeping it, yeah, with you. And then
one deck. If
Yes.
you go to, if you really want a bit more knowledge on it, go to my channel, Brian's Logic on YouTube. You don't have to subscribe, you don't have to like, I'm not asking for any of that. And go down through the videos and you will find a video that says how the sun creates a gas pressure gradient, right? That gives you all the information you need about the cycles, about what air boundary layers are, about all the main and local convection cells. I go through everything. Now, since I even made that, I know more. But it doesn't matter. You get plenty out of that. It's like the ballers just want to completely ignore how... Ask any one of them, how would they create a pressure gradient within a container, right? And they'd have to say, you have to have two separate temperatures, a warm and a cold. They say warm at the bottom, cold at the top. That will, of the container, that will create a pressure gradient within that container, right? Every part of this air pressure gradient is all about temperature, but it's also about volume. Volume is important too, but it's temperature, right? And you can't have temperature, you can't have gas pressure, or you can't have a vacuum without a container. You can't have any of those things without a container. So it's about a 1 hour, 37-minute presentation. I did it on Nathan's show. It's on my channel. If you want to go through it, you can just go through piece by piece because it's in sections. So if you want to go through it, you will definitely get a lot of information in there that the ballers can't refute because it's official information. With the exception of one or two parts at the end where I speculate a bit, but it doesn't matter because the rest of the information debunks all our claims concerning gravity.
I'll tell you something for nothing. On our side, we are terrible at self-promotion. I don't want you to subscribe. I don't want you to hit the like. I don't want anything like that. Right, let's just ignore that Brian said any of that. Listen to all of the stuff he said after, which is my information is basically fantastic. You need to be looking at it. And then hear me saying in Brian's voice, oh, and you definitely need to subscribe, and to be sure, you need to hit the like button.
Exactly, Brian. Come on, promote yourself.
And the bell notification.
I just want people to get the information. It's not about me building the YouTube channel or anything like that. I just want people to get the information. And if I can give somebody like one deck information that he could then use, and it doesn't even matter if he isn't against the ballers, or just telling people that he knows about it, friends, family, whatever, in time. He's able to explain it to people when people ask him, face to face, people he knows. Then that's what I want. I just don't see myself ever becoming financially stable on YouTube.
Well, that's the problem. You got to think big, Brian.
It's imprinting. You're doing it to yourself, buddy.
No. It's more the fact that what you want is the information to be more readily available. So from that perspective, those two things aren't mutually exclusive. Getting people to subscribe and like will achieve the thing you want, i.e. the information to be more prevalent. So that's why I'm saying, not because you want to make a living on YouTube. Smash the super chat, hit the PayPal link. Join us, Nathan Oakley.
Right. I also
exactly my point, Brian. What Nathan just said.
Let me
you
say
want
this
people
quick.
to hear it? Get your channel bigger.
Hold on one sec. Go ahead, Righteous.
I posted his link to his channel in the chat, so you guys.
Thank you very much.
Get
Perfect.
from there.
Brilliant. So, Righteous Force,
thanks, Righteous.
ever vigilant mod that he is. Thank you. Better than me. He's posted Brian's. That would be a better thing for me to do. Actually, post a link. Thank you, Righteous. Thank you. There's a link to it too. Hold on. There's a link to. Hold on.
Hey, Nathan.
Hold on one sec. There's a link to Brian's Logic's channel. It's going by in the live stream on YouTube chat right now. So it's under Righteous Forces modded status. So go and click on that link, subscribe, hit the like button, and leave a comment for Brian because his videos are epic and they do contain a lot of well-researched information. So yeah, subscribe today. Go ahead, whoever that was that I was cutting off. Sorry.
Would you believe?
Yeah, thanks, Brian. I will subscribe. I'll watch the video. Thanks for the information. Great. Cheers, pal.
Yeah,
No,
it's good stuff. I've even
anyhow.
subscribed. I love watching Brian's videos. They're fantastic.
Thanks. Yep, subscribe today.
Thank you. That sounds like Wally.
Would you
It
believe
is.
that?
It is indeed.
Good to have you right at the end of the live
Oh,
show.
thanks, guys. I just hope you're going to have enough time to have a look at my video. Excuse me.
We don't look at videos here. What have you got to tell us?
You don't? Well,
No.
look. How do you do your gatekeeping task? Because you are the prescribed gatekeeper for the DITRH videos. So somewhere along the way, you're going to have to rubber stamp it. If you
Sorry,
don't,
why are you
I'll have to
asking
go
me
and
this?
tell.
Sorry, why are you asking me this?
Well, because I gave it to David. David had no idea. He said present it to Nathan. I'm presenting it to Nathan officially right now. If you don't have a look at it at some time real soon, I guess
I
it's a
don't watch
forfeit.
videos.
And at that
Second
point-
time. Try and listen. Pin your ears back just for 30 seconds. I do not watch videos
Well,
here. Oh, he can't.
you don't
Pin his
watch
ears back
videos,
for
well,
30
then you're not a
seconds. I got about
gatekeeper.
3 words out. Try again. Pin your ears back. Third time trying.
You don't watch videos. Good.
Yeah, well,
Let me tell you
repeated.
what happened.
Right, so do you want to present what you've got? That's what you got to do.
The video is there. It's
No,
all
it's
readily
fourth time.
available.
Fourth
Just
time.
watch it.
So, like with Charles the liar, flat Earth math. I say, don't use fallacy. He says, what? The fallacy of begging the question, and then 10 seconds later, back to your video. No, don't watch videos. If you want to
Okay.
present a claim to me, you can now or not. That's your choice.
Well, let me tell you real slowly. What I've done was I used 2 sextants. They're actually telescopes. Measured the angle to a star from Dubbo and from Sydney. And from that, I was able to infer that the level baseline at Sydney and the level baseline at Dubbo were 2.4 degrees out of parallel. From that, we were able to determine that the radius of the Earth is around 6,466 kilometres long. Simple, job done. Now, you have actually seen the video and you have watched it, but it is much more improved from then. So at some point, I would love for you to have a look at it and cast your mind upon it and
Okay.
see if you can pick
I've
any
heard it.
holes in it.
I've heard your claim now. Thank you for presenting your claim, by the way. That is appreciated.
Well, that's part of it. But
Now
you
I need to
obviously don't know
respond
the
without you
minutia.
talking through me.
Go for it.
So you said, first and foremost, you measured from a baseline, correct?
Absolutely.
And that was flat.
It was the baseline. Of course it's flat.
So it wasn't measuring
It's
from
on the Earth.
So it wasn't measuring from a curved adjacent then, which would be a
Well,
curved
why would I
Earth,
use a curve?
because you claim Earth's a sphere.
No, I don't.
Welcome to Flat Earth, where's Wally? You just failed to win any Bitcoin.
How?
Because you just told me that you don't claim Earth's a sphere by declaring that you measured a flat baseline to gain an elevation angle to then compare 2 measured flat baselines to compare the difference. Now, if you're measuring on a spherical surface, you wouldn't have a flat baseline. You'd have a curved adjacent. So, you've measured from a flat baseline. That's a flat Earth.
Well, okay, so let me beg the question. That's a flat Earth.
Okay, welcome to Flat Earth. You don't have to beg the question. You proved it when you measured an elevation angle.
And the 2 elevation angles.
We're both on a flat plane. If you're saying there's a difference between them, then you'd be measuring 2 curved adjacents. But you measured 2 flat baselines and then said, I got it different on the second time I measured the Earth as a flat baseline. Not a curved adjacent, a sphere Earth without a curved adjacent. Don't you get it?
Why are you begging the question?
I'm not begging any question. You told me you measured a baseline. So you measured a flat, straight line on the ground you were standing on. Welcome to Flat Earth.
No.
Yeah, that's what you just told me.
It's a baseline.
Yeah, flat one. Yeah, flat.
And not parallel.
Yeah, flat baseline. That's what you measured. I asked you, did you measure a flat baseline? Yes, you indeed did, to measure the angles. So you're measuring flat baselines. That's a flat Earth. And then you're telling me that you've compared 2 flat baseline and found there's a difference between them. Well, that's fascinating. Neither of them were measuring a curved adjacent to begin with.
Why would you need to do that?
Because you claim Earth's a sphere. That's why. That's DOS twice. Why would you need to measure it with a curved adjacent? Because you claim Earth's a sphere, you stupid idiot.
Is this really happening?
Yeah,
Is
he's
this
really
really
asking me why he'd need to measure the ground beneath his feet as curved. He's asking me why he needs to measure it curved.
Why would I need to do that?
Because you claim Earth's a sphere. That's 3 times. He can't quite believe it's happening. He's asking me why he'd measure it with a curve. Because you think you're on a sphere. That's 4 times. Hello?
No, I don't.
You don't claim you're on a sphere with a curved surface. Yeah, welcome to flat Earth. If you don't claim the ground beneath your feet is curving and you're measuring it with a flat baseline, then you're on a flat Earth, you stupid muppet. Welcome to flat Earth, Wes, Wally. It seems you're a bit lost for words.
I know, I heard a noise outside and I thought there was a protest, but there was just a lot of chanting going on. So.
Sorry, I chanted that you measured a flat baseline and pointed out that you didn't measure a curved adjacent, and then you asked me why you, the globe-believing fundy with a curve believed to be beneath his feet, why you would be measuring it curved. You asked me and are now claiming I'm chanting. No, I am teabagging you, Where's Wally? Because you've asked me why you'd measure it with a curved adjacent. Well, because you think there's a curve beneath your feet, you complete clown. That's why. Not chanting, winning.
Let me ask you, was it last year?
Why are you asking me something? I thought you were here to win Bitcoin. You think you got questions for me, do you, Dumbo? No. You had a claim that used a flat baseline. It compared 2 flat baselines for elevation angles. So to get the elevation angles, you had to have a flat Earth beneath both of them. But then you compared them and said that they didn't match, therefore radius. Wrong. First step, measure flat baseline. And when I asked you why you were measuring a flat baseline, you asked me why you would measure it curved. You think it's time for a question of me? No, it's time for you to enjoy the salty aftertaste of a flat earther's balls, Wally.
What one do you want to keep?
What stuttering bitch? Yeah, you haven't got any time for questions from me. You thought you were getting Bitcoin. Now you failed, you don't get to ask me jack.
Oh, Nathan.
Oh, Wally, it was embarrassing. You thought you could use a flat baseline to claim sphere, and then you got teabagged.
No, actually...
Yeah, you did, yeah. Actually, definitely. Definitely got a teabagging when you used an elevation angle that was a flat Earth. Hello?
Used an elevation angle.
That's a flat Earth, that's right. You used it twice. The angle you measurement required a flat Earth. That's right.
It's funny, he also did it in 2 different locations.
Yeah, he measured it flat. The elevation angle that you got was from a flat baseline twice. Yeah, both elevation angles were the same.
See, from the...
elevation angle, that flat baseline.
It was using celestial navigation principles.
Sorry, why weren't you using a curved adjacent? Oh, because why would you, given that you're a sphere-believing muppet? Why would you have a curved line beneath your feet? Ask me why you'd measure it curved, Wally, because that was the most embarrassing part. Ask me again why you would be measuring it with a curve beneath your feet. It was really amusing. Ask me again.
Why would you assume I was having a curve under my feet?
Because you're a globe-believing muppet with a sphere beneath and you think the ground beneath your feet's curving. I'm glad you asked me again, because it means I can point out that that's very much your fundamentalist religious belief in a sphere that you're asking me why you wouldn't use. Yeah, why wouldn't you use a sphere beneath your feet? Well, because it's flat. That's the answer, Wally, because it's flat. Laugh it up, Fundy. How do they taste?
Got my next
How do they taste?
Thanks very much.
How do they taste?
Thanks for my next video, Nathan.
Sorry, thanks for your next video about you asking me why you'd measure the ground beneath your feet curved. Seem to be a bit lost for words again, Wally. What gives? Oh, he's just run away. Oh, he's legged it. He's legged it.
Where is Wally? Where's Wally?
What an
Where's
idiot.
Wally? Does he not want to ask me for a third time why he, the globe-believing Muppet, would be measuring the ground beneath his feet with a curve? I mean, I don't know. I'm a flat earther, Wally. Why the hell would you? We don't, and neither does anybody using a sextant, including you. What do you know? You did really well. You won't be getting any Bitcoin, Wally, but you will have a lot of flat earthers pointing out how salty my balls were for you when you came here. Glad you managed to figure out how a mic works. As predicted, the man that couldn't even figure out how to get a mic working definitely didn't prove a globe and get Bitcoin. So waste of time, idiot. Welcome back any time.
Was he trying to say that because he presupposed a flat Earth to get the measurements, he was going to prove a sphere? Is that what he?
That
is
is
that what he was saying?
exactly what he did. Could you summarise it again for Wally in case me saying it wasn't tolerable for some reason, because I shout? It means that in measuring a flat plane first to prove his sphere didn't fly. Can you explain it for him, maybe in a different vocabulary that I use? That'd be brilliant, John. Thanks.
Wally, you presupposed a flat Earth to get your angles. So if you're presupposing a flat Earth, you're not measuring a sphere.
Yeah. When I asked him why he wasn't measuring a curved adjacent, he asked me why he would. How embarrassing to be a sphere-believing Muppet asking a flat earther why you'd measure it with a curve. Why, flat earther, why would I measure it with a curve? I'll tell you, Wally, you wouldn't. You didn't. You measured it flat. Hello. Welcome to Flat Earth, Wally. Shout out to Pin Puncher, who says, just take my money, Nathan. You are epic. Thank you very much for the super chat.
What he didn't get to, his flat baseline appears, his jiggle around that is, the baseline was established in the process of aligning the equatorial mount. So he uses a bubble sextant to attain his flat baseline. So I'm perplexed. He's gone into great detail as to how he's ascertained it. He's stated he's used an equatorial mount. He's still making it quite clear he's working from a flat baseline. So I'm not sure how we can expand on that and turn it into a ball. Because everything from that point, even with equatorial mount, is assumption based, isn't it? It's
yeah. He didn't. What he did was got welcome to Flat Earth.
What I was trying to ask him was, because his claim is that the angles, I think this is the claim from what he said there, his claim when he came in there, was that the angles were not parallel, right? Now, why he's pre-assuming the angles should be parallel is kind of beyond me. But if, like, Dubbo and Sydney are different in elevations for a start, and if one of those locations is closer to where you're pointing, to whatever star you're pointing at, then your angle is not going to be parallel with the other angle. The further angle, the further the star or celestial body is away, then the more shallow the angle, and the closer, the greater the angle. So if the angles, I don't know if this is exactly what he meant, but if the angles are not parallel, it's only because one of you is closer or whatever than the other.
If the angles, I mean, then you're not on the circle of equal altitude then.
Either
way, you can't measure angles off a sphere surface. You can't measure an angle off a sphere surface, and there's no getting around that.
Yeah, exactly, John. Just hold on. John's
That's
got
the bottom line.
The main nub of the point is John's summary. So I want John to just give it one more time.
Like, he can talk all he wants to about the angles not lining up and the angles not doing this. That's fine. But you can't measure the angles on a sphere's surface.
Correct.
With that, I'm going to say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley or Nathan Oakley 1980 premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So a huge, massive, enormous thank you to all of you who smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, hit the PayPal link, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. Also, below this video, you can get £50 for swapping your UK electricity supplier to Octopus Energy, and this is a particular note if you drive an electric vehicle. Once again, stay tuned if you're watching on a premiering stream. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!
Curve on a sphere, and they're like, I'm not going to agree with that without seeing the evidence. It's like, what, isn't that y'all's position that things only disappear bottom up on a sphere? There's like, no.
If they don't, then welcome to Flat Earth. We agree.
They're punch drunk. Elijah, they're punch drunk at this point.
They said no. He said, I will never find a video of him or anyone. Well, maybe he didn't say that, but he said it's definitely him. That you'll never find him saying that things don't disappear bottom up on unless you know what I'm saying. It was insane to hear.
So he denied the entire basis of the Earth curve calculator.
Correct.
The entire basis of that. He just said, you know what? We never claimed that this calculator works.
Yeah, that's because the horizon's not geometric anymore.
Well, he said because we showed him a little RC boat, and he's like, well, it could be waves. You know, it could be. You know, other people said, you know, miraging, all types of different things. Other reasons as to why something could disappear bottom up on a flat surface, because it was already agreed that there is no geometric horizon in the example, because it would be it's out of the equation because the boat is too close. So the fact that it's disappearing would have to be for something else. And they're like, yeah, it could be this, could be that. And then I'm like, okay, well, you know, with the other black swan that you have, where it appears like the oil rigs are sitting on top of the water, what's that then? That's something totally different. Well, how? Because they were saying, I'm trying to figure out what angle that he put it, and why is it so low? And I'm like, yeah, that could. What's the difference between that and the second black swan that you guys always put against the original black swan? And
the curvature calculator is a pre-black swan calculator, right?
Yep.
So it doesn't actually take terrestrial refraction into account. So it still assumes that the horizon is always the edge of a sphere. Yeah, it can't. Of course it can't.
It's a geometric assertion. The calculator's making a geometric claim. That claim is that we've got a physical geometric sphere edge for a horizon blocking things in the distance. Now you're saying when you show the boat that's only a few yards away with the exact same effect as the oil rigs much further in the distance, and they say, well, that's Earth curve, but when it comes to a boat that's pre-Earth curve claim in terms of its distance, well, it's all sorts of these and that and the other effects. Well, why is it that one isn't the other is your question, Eli. Well, I'll give you the answer. Because when it comes to the distance that is ascribed to an Earth curve edge horizon, there's only one claim being made. There's no, it could be optical, it could be diffraction, it could be X, Y, or Z. It's just Earth curve gets in the way. Now, if there's a difference between where it should be versus the Earth curve that's got in the way, that's the claim the calculator's making. It's an Earth curve calculator. So it's claiming Earth curve got in the way of these oh, typically in grand fashion, we've got the actual black swan on screen where there is no Earth curve in the way when there should be, according to them. Now, the reality is the horizon's not Earth curve. So it makes no odds in any respect to where it is, because it's not physically blocking these oil platforms on a given day. So it's not a physical geometric limitation, and that's their only claim. They can only move the targets, quote Rumpus, with respect to the horizon, end quote. That's why he never comes there anymore. He lied about it after the fact. But their claim in the Earth curve calculator is that Earth curve gets in the way, and if they're not quite where they're supposed to be, things have moved with respect to the Earth curve. As soon as Earth curve itself moves, the geometric calculator fails. So when Arwin says it's a pre-Black Swan calculator, nothing more true has ever been spoken. Yeah, you can't use that calculator anymore. They haven't got a geometric claim to make. They've refracted the claim the calculator makes. Here it is on screen from Andrew Thomas Young. G is the point that the calculator makes as a claim of Earth curve. H is the debunking of the claim of G. Because according to this, H is beyond where the G-based assertion with Earth curve maths would be obscuring things. Well, G is Earth curve. H is not Earth curve anymore. It's a refracted non-geometric horizon that requires the R value labelled in the same image to get the line to be refracted with. Their refraction's terrestrial and based on R. So paradoxically, Andrew Thomas Young's declaration that the horizon's refracted leaves them without a geometric claim of Earth curve and leaves them with a paradox because their refraction needs R, which can't be measured anymore because it's measured with the geometric horizon.
I would like to point out the apparent dip angle that we can measure when we force a horizontal could be caused by actual real refraction, but that doesn't mean the horizon is geometric.
Correct.
Just for
well, we've debunked it. The horizon being geometric has been debunked by the Black Swan.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of people on Quora.com, sharing the sentiments of the pre-Black Swan globe earther, right? So one guy says, either it's sinking or the Earth is in fact round. The bottom of the ship disappears over the horizon before the top does. There's a formula for that, and probably an app too, involving the height of the observer above sea level.
If the Earth is a sphere, as per this description in Quora, with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to the horizon he's claiming blocks the boat's hull first would be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as he claims. However, the Black Swan shows the horizon beyond the limitations claimed in that geometry. Therefore, the horizon is not Earth curve, and the Earth is not a sphere.
See, that's the problem.
These people know what they're talking about because, look, Joe McKay, who studied at the University of Texas, this is on Quora, so it's like I'm not doxing him or anything. Because the Earth is round, the horizon, the point at which things at ground or sea level begin to disappear, begins at the square root of your eyes above ground level. So if your eyes are at 6 feet above the ground, your horizon starts at 2.45 miles, assuming flat ground all the way.
Meanwhile, we only have one horizon, and the horizon in the begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator was and is geometric, a physical limitation to your view. But the horizon we can demonstrate is beyond the limitations of a sphere Earth radius 3959, which would put the observation at 1.2 times the square root of your height. As he claims, that's Earth curve geometry. We've debunked it with the Black Swan.
Yeah, they're going back. In 2022, the new thing now is to go back to 2015 and 2016 and pull out old arguments. I think John's right. They're punch drunk at this point.
Yeah, until they find out what happens.
But that's old stuff. I just pulled that up because I'm tired of Globe Earther saying no one claimed that what you're seeing when you look at the horizon is the geometric horizon.
But don't let that phase you. No, hold on. Let me address that.
I'm not talking about what you're saying.
Hold on, Neil. Let me address that for Eli. Don't let that phase you in the slightest. what you're dealing with is someone in hell at that point. They're falling down the hill, they're down here with us, and they're telling you, quote, Tim Osman, nobody claims the horizon is Earth curve, end quote. Or, nobody's claiming physical geometry, end quote, planar walk. Or, nobody's claiming we'll see physical geometry, AB science, end quote. So these quotes are from anti-flat earthers. The actual rhetoric is Earth curve, geometric, sphere edge horizon, as detailed in Quora. That's the actual normie globe claim. When you get to the point that they start denying that the Earth has a sphere edge called Earth curve at the horizon, you've won. When you're trying to prove to somebody, no, you do actually claim the horizon's Earth curve, as is being shown by you also. You don't have to look very far, that's your point, to show that people definitely claim the horizon's Earth curve. We've just debunked it.
Nobody said it's hot in hell.
I saw, because I have a Quora account. I don't really use it, but I have it because I was correcting somebody one time about 2 years ago. And I keep on getting these things popping up in my emails about flat earth. People asking stupid flat earth questions. And people, what it is a lot of globers, right? Anti-flat earthers, not globers, anti-flat earthers, making these things, asking people questions while they have all these supposed answers ready, right? They're all loaded questions and they're all straw man arguments they're putting out there. And the other day, one popped up in my emails and it was like, do you know who Brian Mullen is? He's an engineer who blah, 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 who says the earth is flat and he says he proves it with physics. I was in Brian Mullen's class in blah, blah, blah university or whatever engineering school. Now I'm not a flat earther. That's where, and it cut off after that. It only allowed me to see so much unless I went into the thing. So this is somebody putting a Quora thread out there, stating to have been to know Brian Mullen and to have trained next to him in his engineering class in university or whatever, right? Whatever university it was, in Connecticut or somewhere, and asking people about Brian Mullen. Like, why is this person, right, claiming to know Brian Mullen, making a Quora article about him, right, thread about him? You would think you would ask him, you know the guy, you spent supposedly several years training next to him. Why would you not ask him, can you do that? But this guy had to say, as part of his opening statement, I'm definitely not a flat earther, definitely not a flat earther. So this is where this thread was starting off with. So they're just desperate. I guarantee you there's probably 100 out there about you, or 1,000 maybe, about you, Nathan. It's it's pathetic. That's what you're dealing with out there. Pathetic little scams, little scams and little tricks and little tactics using stupid places like Quora, where nothing can be ever validated. Tis some rubbish.
Dirty little liars, all of them.
Yeah, they're con artists, that's right. That's what I labelled math, flat earth math. Charles, a con artist, confidence trickster.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yeah, sure.
I've been thinking about this myself. It seems to me like these Wally and the rest of them, they all changed the ideas and answers to different things. 1 minute there's a horizon, then there's two horizons, and they just make things up. But nothing seems set in stone. Now, if a globe believer was to go somewhere for some of their religious evidence, we'll say, where do they actually go? I mean, is there a Bible for the globe, what they refer to, or do they just make it up as they go along?
You got to be distinct about who you're talking about. There's two factions. There's anti-flat earthers, that's Where's Wally, and there's normies, that's the people who are talking on Quora about globe earth maths calculations of sphere edge horizons. Well, they're two different camps of people. So where do the normies go? Well, anywhere. You've only got to type in what's the horizon, and it'll tell you it's Earth curve and give you maths for it. Well, we've debunked that, but we're not the prevalent source. Now, the people who found us become anti-flat earthers. Now, they don't have a Bible, and when they look at their Bible, they find that they're actually in contradiction with it when they try and overcome our rebuttals to it. So the Bible says Earth will turn underneath 15 degrees an hour drift. We say no drift to sea. They say you wouldn't expect to see drift. When, back full circle, the globe claims you'll see drift. So the anti-flat earthers don't have a Bible to refer to. They're only here to debunk us, though. It doesn't matter if they debunk their own claim in the first instance. It's just for us to laugh at that after the fact. But they're very different camps of people, so it depends who you're asking about.
Yeah, I'm just wondering where they get their info. Like you said about the Earth turning at 30 degrees an hour, 15 degrees an hour. Where are they getting that from? Is
Google.
There
Okay, I'll break it down again. So for that
I know,
question,
I understand,
for that,
Nathan,
to
I
answer
understand
that,
you.
standard globe rhetoric is easy to come by. That's the point that Eli was making earlier. They deny standard globe rhetoric on the anti-flat Earth side. But to answer your question, where do I find out that the Earth turns underneath at 15 degrees an hour? Well, type in Coriolis effect, and you'll get descriptions of that, because the narrative, when you Google search something, will be standard globe narrative, which is Coriolis effect. That's what that is. So that's the standard narrative, right? But then when you go to someone like Wally, who you referred to, he's not going to any Google search to get that, because he's got to overcome us pointing out they don't have it. So where does he go? Well, he has to go to various different, I don't know, what are we in now? Discord. He has to go to various different Discord servers and things like that, and YouTube channels and things like that, from his own anti-flat Earth side, to figure out what the anti-flat Earth rhetoric will be to overcome our rebuttal to a globe claim. Does that make sense? So it's internal dialogue as opposed to a Bible.
I just want to say was your question one day, where did they get the claim that the Earth is rotating at 15 degrees an hour? Was that your question?
We measured a 15 degree per hour drift.
No, everyone stop.
My question,
Stop.
My question.
Go ahead,
I
one
just
deck.
asked one deck a question, please.
Just one deck answer, please. Thank you.
Sorry, my question on the whole was: do they use like an encyclopedia for the globe, or it seems like they just make it up as they go along?
I'm asking you this in particular. What you just said, what Nathan just gave an answer for you. Were you asking where did they get the claim originally that the Earth is rotating at 15 degrees per hour?
No, that wasn't me.
I use that as example,
okay,
Brian.
I missed out then. Sorry, I missed out.
No, it's okay. You're on fire, my friend. You can sense there might be blood in the water.
No, there's definitely not, guys. I'm just trying to catch up with things, and yeah, I do Google things, but you can't trust every Google search. We know that.
Well, let me say something.
If I may.
Hold on, Righteous went first, Darwin. Go ahead, Righteous.
Right, I'll just be quick. Okay, remember the global Earth heliocentric model has one Bible, right? One source. But the anti-flat earthers, they're like multi-sources. They're like picking and choosing a little bit from here, a little bit from there, and they're just like making up their own reality as they go, it seems. So one deck's argument is like they don't have one playbook. They're not going by one playbook. They're going by like multiple things.
Exactly. I mean, you could go back.
I want to disagree with that.
Okay, go ahead, Darwin.
Right. So yeah, I do Baldwin. Right. I don't look up anything, unless it literally was brought up in a subject by somebody else, and then I'll learn it in a moment. Right. There's a system. Anti-flat earthing is a system. And people that basically go for doing that, they come to the same conclusions naturally, because it's still all grounded on the original knowledge that brought us to that place as ballers and then continuing as anti-flat earthers. So the system anti-flat earth builds on is pretty much the same pattern for most anti-flat earthers. They don't have to coordinate. They don't have to look up, compare notes. They might be like, oh, what do you think about this? Are you drawing the same conclusion? Yeah? Oh, okay. Right? Because it's derived from the patterns of all the information handed to us as a baller up until that point that you become an anti-flat earther. So it's not scattered. Anti-flat earthers just naturally come to the same conclusions.
The only problem with that's true. Arwen is correct. Other than along the road that Arwen's describing, often they will talk anti-flat earthers at complete cross purposes with one another, while simultaneously patting each other on the back, telling each other how well they've done, while they're either in complete disagreement or complete contradiction with one another.
Yeah,
Right.
I had recently, just as an example, I had Wolfie agree with me that the Haversine formula requires the R value, and that you can't use what they call the rum line, right, of the Haversine formula as a surface distance measurement. Yet he then wrote underneath something that Bob the science guy wrote to me, a different comment. He wrote 2 days later that I was completely wrong, didn't know what I was talking about. So they'll just go whatever, they never go against each other. No matter what one of them claims, they don't want to do their best to back it up.
Go with the flow.
Yeah, just go with the flow.
Yeah.
As long as they're on your side, go with the flow. Doesn't matter really what they say.
That's right. The flow is everything. That's what keeps the dream going. And the flow will bring you to similar conclusions that other anti-flat earther have concluded when they did their thing.
Yeah, that's because they hear it. I don't know about that. No. You're giving them too much credit. You're assuming that by way of a logical journey that they've taken, that they arrive at the same conclusions. Wrong. What they do is they watch each other and parrot each other. So when someone goes, refraction, they go, oh, that's the rebuttal. Refraction. That's what they do. So they're all amongst themselves having an internal discussion about this because there's no Bible to refer to. And amongst themselves, they'll hear something blurted out and just parrot it.
That's true. It's not a guarantee that if they're just going to parrot that they actually know what they're talking about, right? That requires more internal curiosity.
They don't have that.
Quick Google search.
Well, I do. Ball windows.
Hold on, Righteous, go ahead.
But that means the whole point of that with one deck is they're forming their own reality, picking and choosing what they like.
No, they're
instead of
not. That's
referring
wrong.
to one
Hold on.
bubble.
No, they're not. No, because their reality, as you describe it, is in contradiction and confliction with various aspects of itself. So they're not creating reality. They're creating cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, kind of like how flat FE Pilot and Akumo just did in Discord chat, where FE Pilot said that FE Pilot claimed that the horizon is sphere edge, and Akumo goes, "Wow, spheres don't have edges. Don't feed into his bullshit."
Wow.
Oh. So literally, what you're talking about is exactly what they're doing in chat right now.
Right, and they'll both be telling each other that they're both right.
Everybody.
Oh, here we go.
But here's the thing, though. Anyone who has any faculties of their own mind, if you say, well, I'm standing on a curving surface, therefore, from my perspective, there's a point at which I can no longer see the ball bending away from me, I would call that the edge. If you clarify in that way, no one can argue. Because if you argue that, then, well, I mean,
but
evidence to everyone that you have a bias.
Yeah.
They have to argue it, though.
Sure.
So I clarified. Are you okay with that, Pants guy?
I don't care.
Is that reasonable? Is that reasonable, Akumu?
He answered. He said he don't
Okay,
care.
thank you. Thank you, Akumu. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's reasonable to call it an edge.
Sometimes he's on point, man.
It's reasonable to call it an edge, and you clarified it so that it's not, unreasonable for both parties to agree that what the globe Earth had prior to the black swan was an edge getting in the way of stuff. A sphere edge for a horizon. Then we debunked it with the black swan. Now it's refracted, no longer geometric, and they can't get an arm measurement from it. So it's basically game over in every respect for a globe claim, because if they claim it's refracted, which they do, they'll need R to refract it within sphere-shaped air, and they can't get one anymore because they got it from the horizon that was geometric, the one that's in the geometric Earth curve maths, claimed to be an edge blocking things. What's that? You don't like edge again? Shocking.
The same geometric horizon that we can't see. Shouldn't even expect to see. That one?
That's the one. Earth curve.
That's great.
The Earth curve we're told by anti-flat earthers we wouldn't expect to see. That Earth curve. The one we wouldn't expect to see, the one that only exists in the maths. because the horizon isn't Earth curve. It's not an edge blocking your view like the Earth curve math says. No, it's way beyond the geometric limitations of an Earth sphere radius 3959. We can demonstrate that. Besides, your radius 3959 sphere was presented like this sphere on screen in Muppet Vision, where you have to look at the side of your own head from 1,000 miles away. You will never get that view. It's just your way of ignoring perspective on a globe. Meanwhile, horizon's not Earth curve anymore, so who cares about you hijacking perspective, putting it in Muppet Vision? You haven't got a horizon to claim as Earth curve anymore.
Earth's invisible edge.
Who claims the horizon's Earth curve?
But before we started, sorry, Chocolate.
No, he's right. Who claims the horizon is Earth curve is akin to Where's Wally saying, why would I measure a curve beneath my feet when I'm measuring an angle? Why? Well, because you're a sphere-believing Muppet. Why would you think the horizon's Earth curve? Because here it is in your Earth curve maths claiming to be an edge. What's that, you don't like it being called an edge? Yeah, that's because we've debunked it.
Well, before we started talking about the horizon, Akumu piped up. What were you responding to initially, Akumu, if you don't mind me asking?
Who are you asking?
Akumu virus. He was going to say something before we got into the conversation about the horizon. I wanted to know what his what he was saying.
Nah, we talking about something I wasn't agreeing with, saying that we don't do that. It was the process y'all were claiming that we go through or something like that we do that's different from ballers and flat earthers. And I was like, nah.
Okay.
That's right.
What do you? So you disagree with the example Baldwin gave, which is actually fairly accurate.
Did you mean there's the difference between globers and flat earthers, or globers and anti-flat earthers?
I think y'all
it's you guys. It's you guys that need to square
Hold
that
on,
shit out.
hello. Let him answer. Go ahead, Boris.
I think the conversation y'all having at the time, the way y'all think the process is the way the thinking process of the way anti-flat earthers differ from globers or and flat earthers really. I think I could be wrong.
Yeah. You understand why they're different though?
I understand y'all's points, but if y'all include me as an anti-flat earther, that is not our process.
Well, let's make it simple, right? Is the Coriolis effect an observable effect?
No,
Hello?
I didn't hear nothing at all.
He said, is the Coriolis effect an observable effect?
Yeah, the globe claims it does.
Really? Because there are a bunch of you guys that say that we can't see this thing.
Okay, hold on. He's saying it is. He's agreeing. Hold on. So far, Virus is bucking the trend. He's doing well, right? He's in line with the globe claim. Globe claims Coriolis. He's saying, yeah, globe claims Coriolis. That's where we're at. So far, doing well.
All right. Next question.
Wait, so but Chocolate, ask him the question again.
Well, I'm trying to find out if you understand the difference between what we distinguish as globers and anti-flat earthers, right? Because you're saying you're now with the globe side and saying that the Coriolis. You're saying that the Coriolis is actually observable, but there are those that claim to be on your own side that say it's not.
Well, globe claim it does. I mean, globe claim it is observable.
So then you would agree that you guys have things to work out between yourselves before you can even mess with us. Because if you guys both think you live on a ball. Hold on. If you both think you live on a ball, but one tells me that the Coriolis is observable, and the other one wants to ask me, well, where is that claim that it's observable? You understand that that's a contradiction, right? It's a problem.
Yeah, it's just like talking to two flat earthers. One believes in a dome and one believes in the edge. So
yeah, hold on.
What?
No. Sorry. Don't segue onto something else. The point he's making to you,
the same topic. Same topic.
point he's making to you, Virus, is that there's a distinction between a globe Earth believer who, as you rightly identify, would claim that there is Coriolis effect. Yeah? Now, we say, well, if there's Coriolis effect, that's you observing things drift because you're turning beneath them. Then we'd observed hot air balloons drifting because we turn beneath them and we don't. Now, when we point out that we don't have Coriolis effect, as the globe claims, we have an anti-flat earther, this is where Chocolate's point comes in, that will tell us, well, where is this claim that we're supposed to have Coriolis drift? Or even someone like Simon Dan telling me my reference frames are ruined and showing an example with no drift. So while you understand the globe claims there is drift, people like Simon Dan show me examples with no drift. Do you get it? There's two different sides.
Can I speak about the Simon Dan's thing, the thing he showed you with the trampoline? He was basically saying your version of reference frames.
No, he said you and your reference frames are ruined. That's what he said. Not my version of reference. That's not what he said. Quote.
I know that's not what he said.
Right, so why are you telling me what... So I don't need you to paraphrase on behalf of Simon Dan what he said. I know what he said. He showed me an example with no drift. Globe claims drift. It's that simple. He's showing no drift. The globe claims there is drift. So he's an anti-flat earther showing no drift. Globe claims there is. Don't ask me a question. Just accept that there's two different sides. One is globe claim of drift. One is anti-flat earth claim of no drift. It's just that simple.
I've never heard him claim no drift.
Virus, which side claims to have reference frames in order to have the Coriolis effect in the first place? Which one of us?
Neither.
No, Globe claims it.
I mean,
Globe claims
are you
drift.
sure about that?
No, he's just
Yeah.
idiotic if he's going to say
I
that.
don't know where y'all came up with that. I mean, like, they got
So now he's turned into an anti-flat earther. Literally, on a dime, he's now flipped on a dime and saying, I don't know why anybody claims that. Nobody claims it. Two reference frames is the thing required to have drift. Now he's turned anti-flat earther and is saying nobody's claiming this at all. Right? Absurd. So in a heartbeat, he's managed to confirm that there's two different positions, back to my not creating reality, just creating cognitive dissonance. So, you're going to now declare this whole reference frame thing nonsense. Yeah, two reference frames are needed to claim drift for a globe. But when we get shown no drift, that's the second position that you guys need to work it out amongst yourselves with. The ones on the globe that say there is globe drift, Coriolis effect, two reference frames required, and the ones that say no drift to be seen.
And you see how quickly you were able to jump from one side to the other just based on the question I just asked you? It's terrible.
That's why I said
that's
he's
what
the
I'm
king.
saying. That's why I think what I know what an anti-flat earther is to y'all. It's somebody who doesn't agree with what y'all think globe claims are.
With what we?
Oh, no. Don't you try to flip
Can I
that.
have a moment?
Don't you dare.
Bill had to jump in on that one. Where you been?
Well, I
Could
still think. Can we could clarify the not to reference? That's what I listen. You're saying there isn't two reference frames that we're claiming that. How could you say that?
I'm not saying that there's not two reference frames. I'm saying two reference frames isn't needed.
I don't even understand what that means.
Stop. Hello? I'm not going to do this with you, Virus. This isn't a debate about what Coriolis effect is.
Okay.
Right. Globe claims Coriolis effect. That's drift. Two reference frames are required for drift. One would be the non-inertial turning reference frame claimed to be Earth spinning. And then anything that's not attached would claim to be drift that you can observe. Well, that's simple. That's what the globe claims. So drift is claimed to be observed at 15 degrees an hour. The label they ascribe to it on a globe Earth is Coriolis effect. That's drift. Two reference frames. So that is what the globe claims. Yeah?
That's not what
Now,
the globe claims.
Sorry, did you just mutter that isn't what the globe claims? Because you're now going to go into launch into a vibe of what you claim the globe claims. No, that is indeed what the globe claims. The globe claims Coriolis effect. Simple.
Yep, simple as that.
Yeah, so that's drift. Coriolis effect is drift.
What kind of drift are you talking about?
Which
The
requires
globe.
reference points.
Who's interrupting me? The globe claims drift. So when you ask me what drift are you talking about, I'm not. Coriolis is an effect. It's not something I'm claiming. I'm not claiming any Coriolis effect anywhere. You are, on the globe. We just don't see it. It doesn't happen.
I know my claims. Don't put claims on me. At least let me make it first before you.
Not you. Globe. Globe claims Coriolis effect.
Yep.
Yep, that's drift.
I don't have a problem with Coriolis. I'm not.
Right, well, we do, because the globe claims you've got it and you haven't.
Globe says it's in hurricanes. We got hurricanes.
Sorry, Globe says it's in. Sorry, Globe says it's in hurricanes. Coriolis effect is only observable from a non-inertial turning reference frame. That's the only place you can observe Coriolis from. So unless you're claiming that we are caught in hurricanes, observing things that seem to be moving when we're turning in a hurricane, then hurricanes aren't applicable to Coriolis effect.
Hey, the globe, that's the globe claim. I mean, you can deny the globe claim all you want, but that is the globe claim.
Virus, is a hurricane an actual drift?
Everything from our point of view looks like an actual drift.
Not what he asked.
No, I mean, are the winds in a hurricane actually rotating?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Is the Coriolis an actual deviation? Or is it an apparent?
It's an apparent deviation.
Apparent.
Oh,
that means
so that's different,
not actual,
right?
Not actual deflection.
Thanks, Virus.
So hurricanes, nothing to do with the globe claim. If you found some reference that details hurricanes as part of Coriolis effect, then it's wrong. Now, I realise that by citing something that's wrong, you might choose to try and blame that citation that you haven't provided, or your misinterpretation of a citation that's incorrect. Regardless, Coriolis effect is drift observable from a non-inertial turning reference frame. You on a roundabout, watching something thrown over the top, seem to drift, when in fact it travels in a straight line. But for the fact that you're turning underneath, it would just be travelling in a straight line, but because you are turning underneath, it appears to curve. For that to happen on a globe, Earth turns underneath things that aren't attached. Well then, hot air balloon takes off, you continue to turn underneath to observe Coriolis drift. That just doesn't happen. Now, when we as flat earthers point out where the globe-Earth claim of drift fails, we have anti-flat earthers tell us that we wouldn't expect to see that drift, that the globe claims we will see.
Which requires reference frames. You know the same ones that Simon Dad said, your reference frames are ruined. So it sounds to me like Simon Dan's a little confused.
Yeah, definitely.
He wasn't. Y'all misunderstood his message.
Now it sounds like you're confused.
Yeah.
What am I confused about?
Coriolis effect. You thought it had something to do with hurricanes. Wrong. Unless you're in a
Yeah,
hurricane.
okay.
And now you're going to talk straight through me while I correct how stupid you are. You asked where you were confused.
I'm not confused.
Yeah, you are. You thought hurricanes were something to do with Coriolis effect. Unless you're in the hurricane, you're not part of a non-inertial turning reference frame experiencing not actual deflection. Now, either you don't understand Coriolis, or you're intentionally showing us your cognitive skills in terms of getting around your own cognitive pain. Fascinating to watch. Meanwhile, globe claims drift, 15 degrees an hour thereof, And that would mean that we turn underneath hot air balloons to see them drift away at 15 degrees an hour. Not because they have an actual trajectory that's moving at 15 degrees an hour, but because we'd be turning underneath them. Now, Neil deGrasse Tyson gives an example where Earth's claimed to turn underneath a football to cause not actual deflection in a football, observed from the stands as the ball curving through the goal. That's Earth turning underneath the football. That's the claim Neil deGrasse Tyson makes. So if Earth turns underneath the football, as claimed by Neil deGrasse Tyson, then Earth turns underneath a hot air balloon. And it doesn't. Now, Neil deGrasse Tyson uses a football because it's only in the air for a second or two. Whereas hot air balloons leave the ground and stay in the air for a significant period of time, and Earth does not turn underneath for us to observe them drifting. So Earth does not turn under hot air balloons to give us 15 degrees an hour drift to observe. There is no drift to observe, regardless of the claim by Neil deGrasse Tyson and the Globe that balls drift because Earth turns underneath them. Well, hot air balloons would drift because Earth turns underneath them, and they don't. It would be a lot more noticeable because they're in the air longer than a football. Again, the point we're making here, Virus, is that when we as flat earthers point out where the globe Earth claim of drift fails, we get told, I don't know what you mean by drift. I don't know about the drift you're claiming. We're not. We're debunking it. And when we show how there's no drift to see, and it demonstrably isn't, we'll also be told how we wouldn't expect to see it by anti-flat earthers. The globe expects to see drift, we debunk it. Anti-flat earthers tell us we wouldn't expect to see it. Clear?
You good now? Can I respond now?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, I really honestly think the way when people that split when going to the anti-flat earther, they're not telling you that we won't see drift ever. The globe and what you call an anti-flat earther will agree that you won't see Coriolis in that situation, especially on the scale where you could actually notice it.
Oh, what situation would that be?
Any bit of Coriolis,
Sorry, what
you're never going to be
situation?
able to notice it.
Be specific.
A hot air balloon.
So let me get it straight.
How you always say?
Hold on, stop.
Okay.
Hey, let me get it straight. You think that a hot air balloon won't be capable of demonstrating drift, Coriolis drift? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying it can, but it won't be.
No, you just told me it can't. In that circumstance, it won't demonstrate drift. You're immediately into anti-flat earther justification of there being no drift.
In that situation.
Right. So,
Just
back on track. So, you're claiming in that situation that a non-inertial reference frame underneath a hot air balloon, we won't see drift. That's what you're saying, right?
I'm saying you will not see drift in a hot air balloon just going straight up.
Okay, brilliant. So according to Virus, if I'm on a roundabout, turning underneath a hot air balloon, I won't see it drifting as I turn beneath it on a roundabout or a turning Earth. I'm not going to see a hot air balloon drift as I turn underneath it on a roundabout or turning Earth. Why not? I would. If I was turning underneath it on a roundabout, I'd see it drift. And if I was underneath turning on a globe Earth, I'd see it drift too.
You wouldn't.
Wouldn't I? Which one? A globe Earth? I wouldn't see it drift on a globe Earth, anti-flat earther. So you're now going to explain to me how I won't see it drift on a globe, right?
I'm not saying that.
Yeah, you're going to tell me how it won't drift. So, to complete this example beautifully, Virus is now arguing how we have certain circumstances where we won't see Coriolis drift. Meanwhile, the globe claims we will see Coriolis drift. But right on cue, there's an anti-flat earther here to tell me, the flat earther who has debunked drift with a hot air balloon, because when you're on a roundabout you see it drift, that's Coriolis effect. But when we're on a globe Earth, we don't. and we wouldn't expect to see it. Certain circumstances, no drift. Yeah, so you've got two positions that you're both fighting for here. One, globe Earth drift. That's Coriolis effect. Non-inertial turning reference frame underneath. That's you on a roundabout turning underneath a hot air balloon, watching it drift. Go to Earth turning, and suddenly, no, in that circumstance, with Earth being the turning reference frame and not a roundabout, we won't see drift. We won't see the globe claim of Coriolis, will we, Virus? Welcome to Flat Earth. Earth isn't spinning. There's no drift.
You do see the drift.
Oh, do we? So when a roundabout's underneath a hot air balloon, I see it seem to drift because I'm turning beneath it. And when I'm on a globe Earth that's turning, I see hot air balloons drifting away to different continents at a rate of 15 degrees an hour. Also, do I, Virus? Tell me we wouldn't expect to see drift. The drift the globe claims, Virus. Tell me in your best, most eloquent anti-flat Earth tongue how, in these circumstances, with Earth claimed to be turning underneath a hot air balloon to cause drift, observable from the ground at 15 degrees an hour, that in these circumstances, we're not going to see that Coriolis effect. Tell me that we're not going to see it, Virus. Cat got your tongue, Virus? Well, given that Virus has shut down completely, I'll summarise. Globe claims we've got drift. There isn't any. Just look at a hot air balloon. It can remain basically stationary in whatever air position it's got, if there's no wind. No Earth turn underneath, no Coriolis deflection, no ball curve like Tyson asserted. What's that? It's just staying there. It doesn't seem to be moving at all. Later it'll come down and basically land on the exact spot it took off from. Why isn't Earth turning underneath it? Because Earth isn't turning underneath it. It just is not turning underneath it. There's no drift to see. Well, what do you know? Globe claims there is drift and there isn't. It's just that simple. But maybe you need to tell me again, Virus, because you seem to have shut down, that we wouldn't expect to see it. The drift the globe claims, that is. Do you want to tell me again we wouldn't expect to? That these are special circumstances with a non-inertial turning reference frame not exhibiting drift? Yeah, that can't happen. It must if it is turning and it doesn't, because it isn't. We're not turning, there's no drift. Any last words, Virus? Did you just run away completely? No, shut down, run away. Yep, disappeared.
Well, that's what you get with anti-flat earthers. He had a good run for a minute there in the beginning.
How do you think Wally did?
Terrible.
Did I miss another Glober? Damn it. Came in late.
Wally didn't help himself when he came in accusing you of being a gatekeeper. That was the start of the end, because he was coming in ad hominem you and attacking you, so instantly it was going to cause your blood to boil. So you weren't likely to have any kind of what he wanted to be a civil discourse after he came in and just insulted you.
I don't mind being called a gatekeeper. He was questioning it. Well, I've got to answer to him, so that's why I got stroppy. Not because he's calling me a gatekeeper. I am. That's very much clear. Dave Weiss sends people here that have come to him and gone, I want Bitcoin. He then sets out the parameters that they can achieve winning Bitcoin for. If they then are in a position to claim it, he sends them our way and asks us to validate their claim. Now, that doesn't involve watching their videos. God, no. It means coming on the live show, presenting your claim. If I measure a flat plane with an elevation angle to get two straight lines meeting at a vertex on a flat surface, and then do the same in a different position, I can claim that they don't quite match. These two elevation angle flat plane measurements I took. That was what Wally had. Yeah? Well, you can do that. But when I summarise how absolutely shite measuring a flat plane twice and then claiming that that somehow matches with your presupposition is going to be... That's never going to win you a damn thing. It's an embarrassment.
I just want to apologize. My phone died.
I was just a Virus was apologising his phone died.
Okay, that's all right. Don't worry about it, Virus. You know, there's supposed to be drift and there isn't. You know, we often end up with anti-flat earthers asking us why we'd expect to see drift when the globe claims that we'll see it. Or giving us examples where there's certain circumstances where they definitely need to chant straight through the middle of you, accepting their apology that there's no drift, because they're going to chant straight through the middle of that, right, Virus?
No, I'm not saying that you're right or wrong.
Oh, I am right. Globe claims we've got drift and there isn't any. We'd see it in a hot air balloon, like we saw it, according to Tyson, in the ball. Yeah? Earth's claim to turn under the ball. So if Earth turns underneath footballs, it turns underneath hot air balloons, and it doesn't, Virus. So I'm definitely right. I know you're not saying I'm right or wrong, but I am, because I am. There's no drift.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I know it's fine. And I accept your apology. You know, it's not your fault you're an anti-flat earther and you don't appreciate that if the globe claims we've got drift and then there isn't any, there just isn't any. It's not a special circumstance that you need to ask me why we'd expect to see it or put the reference frames at my door. We just don't see the drift the globe claims we will.
Not in that situation, it does.
Not in that circumstance. What? You're going to now literally do what I've said in summary you're going to do, which is to ask me why we'd expect in the circumstance where if I'm on a roundabout and look up at a hot air balloon, I'd see it drift. But if I'm on a turning Earth, I wouldn't. Yeah, I covered that. Then you dropped. Yeah? You just seemed to vanish. But now you're just going to chant through me.
Because I'm not going to do that.
All right, you're not going to explain why we'd see drift from a roundabout that's turning as a non-inertial turning reference frame, but we wouldn't see a hot air balloon drifting from an Earth that's a non-inertial turning reference frame. Now, that couldn't be the case. If Earth was a turning reference frame, we would see drift. In fact, it's claimed that we do. You explained it to us. It's called Coriolis effect. That's the claim the globe makes, that we will see that drift. We just don't. But when we point out that we don't, you say it's special circumstances.
It's not even a special situation.
No, it's not. It just would have drift if Earth turned, and it doesn't.
Yeah, I don't think...
Yeah. So it would have drift. It doesn't. We've debunked Earth turn. They claim Coriolis effect. You definitely need to have it if it was true. And we don't.
Virus, every time I throw a ball, it would show deviation. It doesn't.
See, that's what you think. The globe never claims that.
Sorry, the globe never claims Coriolis effect. Drift from a non-inertial turning reference frame. Yeah, it does. So now Virus is just a lying scumbag, telling us that the globe doesn't claim Coriolis effect. Yeah, it does.
You know what's crazy, guys? Wait, you know what's crazy? Don't they say that the atmosphere, some of the anti-flat earthers, I'm not putting this on you, Akuma. Some of the anti-flat earthers say that the air turns with the earth. But right here, it says from oceanservice.noaa.gov, because the earth rotates on its axis, circulating air is deflected toward the right in the northern hemisphere and toward the left in the southern hemisphere. This deflection is called the Coriolis effect.
Ouch. Ouchie.
Right, so that's the drift that you're saying the globe doesn't... You just told us that we were wrong about... Sorry, shut up, Virus. You just told us we were wrong about the globe claim. Now we've cited it. We're not wrong. You're just a lying shitbag that needs to claim we're wrong about what the globe's claiming so you can ask us to justify why we would expect to see drift. We don't. The globe does, and we don't. So it's not going to be the case that you're asking us why we would expect to see drift when the globe claims we will, and we don't. There's no drift to see.
In situations, do you understand?
Oh, I see. So drift in certain circumstances. Give me one circumstance where on... Stop. Sorry, you've said in certain circumstances. I've heard you. So...
Do you understand how...
Yeah, I heard you, but now you won't shut up. So you've said in certain... So he can't shut up. Have I got to remove you rather than have a discussion with you?
You're not going to explain to me how...
Yeah, I'm going to try if you'll shut up.
Question.
Yeah, he won't shut up. I'll give him one more try. If he talks through me a fifth time, he's going to get removed. Maybe he's doing it intentionally to get removed because he knows he's lost already. Give me one circumstance where on a roundabout, that would be a non-inertial turning reference frame, where I can observe a hot air balloon not drift. Go. Hello? Special circumstances, right?
Okay, how about this? I'll put it to you this way. In that same situation, what's the RPM?
So are you asking me something? Seems like he's asking me a question. Why would that be, ladies and gentlemen? I've asked him about his special circumstances he's appealed to. I've given him a non-inertial turning reference frame and an inertial reference frame with a hot air balloon in it. That's Coriolis effect right there. That's the summary. That's what gives it you. I've asked him what circumstances are special and won't give me drift. He started asking me about rotation rates rather than answering, giving me the special circumstances he appealed to. Just give me those.
Trying to make sense of this shit, right?
Are you trying to make sense of it so you don't understand it? As I constantly get interrupted by G+. So you don't understand these circumstances you've appealed to when you say the special circumstances that on a turning reference frame, non-inertial roundabout, I can observe a hot air balloon not attached to the roundabout, not drifting. You can give me those, right?
Yes.
Go on then.
All right, so you have the hot air balloon. The situation is it's going straight up. You would not see drift due to Coriolis on Earth or roundabout.
Yeah, you would. If you're turning on a roundabout and you're watching that balloon go up, it seems to corkscrew because you're turning beneath it. That's what Coriolis is. However, on a turning Earth, it can just go straight up and down. On a roundabout, it'll appear to drift. That's Coriolis effect. So at this point, because Virus has claimed that there's no drift to see when a roundabout goes when a hot air balloon goes straight up from a roundabout, he's saying there's no drift to see, making him fundamentally retarded.
You know how merry-go-round works, man?
Well, can I give another example?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Maybe with Coriolis, the faster your RPMs are, the more effect of appearing to deviate you see.
So the faster we go on a turning Earth, the more the hot air balloon will seem to drift. The problem is it doesn't drift at all, Virus.
It doesn't. It's not supposed to.
Oh, it's not supposed to. So a moment ago, the faster you go, the more drift we see. The quicker the RPM, the more it induces the effect. So therefore, at 1,000 miles an hour on the equator, I'd expect a hot air balloon to drift from my position at 1,000 miles an hour because it's not attached to a turning reference frame that's moving 1,000 miles an hour according to the claim. The problem is that it doesn't. Even on the equator, a hot air balloon can launch, and if there's no wind, it can land exactly where it took off from. Earth doesn't turn underneath, even though according to the claim, there's a higher speed at the equator. So you'd expect to see more drift. And when Virus tells us that you'd expect to see more drift with more speed, he then says, but we won't see it in a hot air balloon on Earth. Yeah, that's right. We won't see it even though more speed equals more drift, and there's still no drift in a hot air balloon. None to see. It's not drifting.
Okay, see, I think that you're misunderstanding.
Oh, fuck you. You think I'm misunderstanding? No, I think you're trying to get your head around this situation, my friend, you fuckwit. I think you don't understand, given that you've declared you don't understand and need to wrap your head around it. Me, I absolutely understand, you fuckwit.
That's what I'm trying to get you. Like, it's a small force. We don't expect things to be deviating.
Oh, right. We don't expect to see a hot air balloon deviating as we turn underneath it on a roundabout. That's where you're wrong. If I'm watching a hot air balloon from a roundabout, it comes into my view and then goes away. And then comes into my view and then goes away. Because I'm on a roundabout, it looks like it's moving. That's drifting. But it's not. Just looks like it because I'm on a roundabout. But on a globe Earth, that doesn't happen. But according to you, That's okay. It's not expected to happen on a roundabout either. Making you think. Very stupid. Yeah, it will happen on a roundabout, but it just doesn't happen on a globe.
What's the RPMs on a roundabout?
Who cares?
How fast are you moving this?
It doesn't make any difference what the rate of rotation is. What the hell is going on?
I just want to insert another example. So you know how Neil deGrasse Tyson thinks that the field goal, the kick went in the field goal because of the Earth turning? Well, that's correctly the globe Earth rhetoric, because here, again from National Geographic, they say, let's pretend you're standing at the equator and you want to throw a ball to your friend in the middle of North America. If you throw the ball in a straight line, it'll appear to land to the right of your friend because he's moving slower, is not caught up. Now let's pretend you're standing at the North Pole. When you throw the ball to your friend, it will again appear to land to the right of him, but this time it's because he's moving faster than you are and has moved ahead of the ball. Now, quantitatively speaking, there should be drift, period.
But that's Coriolis.
Qualitatively speaking.
You're right. Hold on, Brian. Yes, you are right. Hold on. Yes, Brian's right. I just don't want to go on to that yet.
I object to this whole line of questioning.
Okay.
You need
hold on.
Oh, now y'all don't want to hear it.
Hello. Just check we've still got Virus's attention. Sorry, Virus. Just before we move on, John, I've got a clue what he's going to bring up here. Seems to have an objection to this entire debate. Can we hear him out for a moment? Will you lend John your ear, Virus?
You got a question? Go ahead, ask it. I don't know.
Go ahead, John.
The roundabout has a measurable radial value so that we can quantify this effect we're going to see. We'll need the radial value of Earth before we can move forward to claim it has Coriolis.
Ooh. Now, you've got a couple of options here, Virus. You can lie like Charles Flat Earth Math and say, I don't need a radius, even though your claim hinges on having a radius and you've made the claim already and it's easy to document that you've made the claim. You can lie through your back teeth like a con artist scumbag named Flat Earth Math and say you don't need R. You can lie about needing R like Charles did. Do you want to do that? Do you want to lie and say you don't need R?
Why would I not need R when he's asking for?
That's a good point, Charles. Why would you not need R for your sphere Earth claim? Obviously you need. Even Virus the fuckwit knows you're a liar, Charles. Yeah? We all knew you needed R when you lied about not needing it, Charles. Even Virus knows you need an R. So, Virus, for your globe Earth claim that's rotating about an axis, what's the R value? Where'd you get it?
Yeah, it's from circumference. You can get it
Sorry,
from
what was
stars.
that? What was that?
It's
Didn't
plenty
quite
of
hear
places
it.
you can get it from.
Sorry, you've gone a bit high-pitched. Can you drop it down a couple of octaves?
You can get it plenty of places. Just pick one.
Pick one? Give me three.
He asked for
Give me
a rating.
three.
I don't know why
No
he
worries.
asked for a rating,
I
but
will pick one. Give me three. Radius, value, measurements in reality. I'll have three. I'll pick the best one. Give me three.
Okay, you have angles for stars. You have
A flat plane required. Stop. Angles. So, elevation angle off a flat baseline. That's a flat Earth proof right there. Angles to stars are going to need a flat Earth to measure them, Virus. Fail. You're going to start with a flat Earth? Oh, no. Fail.
Need a flat Earth for this?
Sorry, did you hear me point out you fail? You started to measure an angle off a flat baseline to stars. You're going to need a flat plane for that, Virus. So this definitely won't work for an R measurement that you need for your radial value, for your axial rotation in your claim. So you asked me to choose. Well, I'm not going to be choosing that one. It's a total fail. It requires a flat Earth. It proves we're on a flat plane when you measure the angle. The elevation angle is flat.
Don't tell me what my claim is.
Oh, well, I know what your
Try
claim
again.
is. It's an angle measurement. That's what your claim is, we heard. And then everybody erupted into telling you how that only works on a flat Earth. So I will tell you what your claim is. I heard it. You said measuring an angle to stars. That requires a flat baseline. Welcome to Flat Earth with your angle measurement there, Virus.
So you mean to tell me a line from you to the star requires a flat Earth? That don't make sense.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Your elevation angle. Do you know what an elevation angle is, Virus?
I'm just drawing a line.
Yeah, and I'm asking you if you know that that line's flat and straight and called an elevation angle and proves we're on a flat plane. Do you know what an elevation angle is or not?
Not love.
You don't know what an elevation angle is. Seems like your measuring of this star angle has led you to proving a flat Earth, my friend. Maybe research what an elevation angle is, because you've just proved we're on a flat plane, rather than starting with a premise that'll get you an R value. Moving on.
That does give you an R value.
No, it doesn't. It measures a flat baseline. Bit like Where's Wally? Yeah? You're going to start by measuring an elevation angle off a flat baseline and then claim that that'll give you a sphere value. No, the angle would need to be measured with a curved adjacent, not a flat baseline. You'd need to measure a curved line beneath your feet, not a flat one.
You're making an assumption.
An assumption that the angle's got two straight lines?
Yes, you're making a wrong exception. I mean,
raw exception that there is not two straight lines. No, I'm not making that raw exception, you stumbling, stammering fuckwit. I'm just claiming that two straight lines is what is going to be an angle. That's what you claimed. Angle.
Where are those straight lines then, Nathan?
Straight, not bent, so not curved Earth then. Straight and flat. Welcome to Flat Earth, Virus.
Where are these two lines that you made up?
The two straight ones, the ones that aren't bent, not a curved adjacent and that. Not a curved Earth for one of the lines, a straight flat one.
Because I didn't bring...
Sorry, you seem to be muttering through me rather than acknowledging that you've just proved the flat Earth with this angle measurement.
We haven't even gotten to the angle measurements yet.
What, the angle measurement, the two straight lines that you measured off a flat baseline, that's a flat Earth proof right there, Virus, didn't you know?
I'm not using a flat base. What is this?
Sorry, so you're using a curved adjacent for this angle?
I'm not using anything curved either.
Sorry, you just said you're not using a flat baseline for this angle measurement. So you're using a curved line for this angle measurement then, Virus. Is that what you're doing?
We haven't done that.
Sorry, you seem to be stuttering there, Virus. I haven't been what? Using a straight, flat baseline? Or was it a curved line like you'd have on a sphere, Virus? Because your angle measurements definitely two straight flat baselines, yeah? Hello?
You're making false assumptions.
An assumption that you've got a curved Earth as one of these lines, right? I'm making that assumption, am I?
We haven't gotten to that yet. We
haven't. Do you want to just take a quick breath? Calm down. You're very excitable, very triggered, and stuttering more than a friend would allow you to do in this circumstance, Virus. Have a drink. Get your composure. You're stuttering like a complete fuckwit.
What are you talking about, Nathan?
You, slow it down for him. You are stuttering and stammering like Charles Flat Earth Math did.
Well, you're repeating yourself a lot, so can we just move on from this?
An octave.
Should we move on away from the straight, flat baseline that is definitely not a curved adjacent that you measured to claim you could get an R value? So we should, move away from this stone-cold flat Earth proof that you've just used? No, why would we do that? I know, maybe someone in the comments can tell me that me sticking here with this flat Earth proof that Virus has just asserted is actually me bullying him. Because I was claimed to be bullying Charles, when I absolutely held him to task on his lies about needing the R value. Apparently that's bullying. Now, is Virus in a very similar circumstance, stuttering and stammering and not giving us a curved line, like he thinks the Earth is, but giving us a proof of flat Earth with an angle measurement. So, What are you going to do, Virus? You're proving Earth's flat and you want us to move on? No.
Nah, we like it here.
We like it here, Virus.
We ain't even started yet.
We haven't even started with the angle that proves Earth's flat. Yeah, we have. We're well into it, my friend.
You're assuming that the angle
ended it.
flat.
You ended it with.
Sorry, you just said I'm starting with an angle that assumes flat. Okay. Show me an angle that doesn't have a straight flat line and another line that's straight meeting at a vertex. Show me where oh my God, it's so unreasonable that I assume an angle's going to be measured with two straight lines. I mean, it's almost absurd, isn't it? Obviously, angles are measured with curved adjacents, aren't they, Virus?
What? You're describing the wrong processes.
What, measuring an angle? Putting two straight lines together? Wrong process? No.
No, what are you doing? You're trying to so why don't you walk me through this? Since you know this, you walk me through the steps.
I will.
What do you want me do this?
The space usually.
What do you want me do this, huh? What do you want me do this? What do you want me do this, huh? What you want me do this? Huh? What you get me do this? Prove a flat Earth, huh? What you get me do this? Huh? What you get me do this? Proving a flat Earth, huh? Huh? What you get me do this? Proving a flat Earth? Huh?
That is how you sound, Virus. That is.
What you get me do this? Proving a flat Earth?
Damn, walk me through this.
Damn, bro! You got me proving a flat Earth, bro. What you get me do this, bro?
Dude, so walk me through.
How do my balls taste, Virus? You stuttering fuckwit.
Okay, just because you talk like a...
How'd you get me do this proving a flat Earth, man? How'd you get me do this? How do my balls taste, you fuckwit? How do they taste, Virus?
Walk me through this.
How do they taste? I'm asking you, you lie dying in a pool of your own blood. How my balls taste?
You ain't do shit.
Yeah? How many more octaves can you reach?
The process is...
How many more octaves can you go?
We ain't even...
Oh my God! How high can you go, Virus?
Those assumptions. I would like for you to walk me through the steps of this process since you know it.
Two straight lines meeting at a vertex.
Angle?
That's what you do when you measure an angle. You said you measured an angle. That would require two straight lines. One of them's not a bent line. That's what you'd have on a curved Earth. You need a flat line, a straight line. One that's not bent, not curved like your Earth you believe in. So when you measured this angle, without realising it, you proved that the ground you're standing on is flat. Because you can't measure an angle unless it's flat. So you measured an angle on a flat plane with two straight lines, one of which, the baseline, wasn't curved. Do you understand now?
I think you're lost.
You think I'm lost? I think you got very, very, very high-pitched and appealed to why you were proving a flat Earth. That's what you did.
Oh, I haven't even gave my process
That's
yet.
one octave.
You came up with this process
One
you
octave.
just made up. I don't even understand what you're doing right now.
You don't understand. And go away. And get lost. The man who told me I didn't understand about 3.5 minutes ago has self-declared himself as ignorant. Yeah, we know, Virus. If you weren't ignorant, you wouldn't be proving Earth flat with the angle measurement you thought you'd get an R value from.
What am I getting the measurements between?
What he said was this. He said, "What right, Kumu? You said, well, as for answering the question of how do you get a radius, you said the angle to stars. So Nathan said, okay, welcome to Flat Earth. Why? Let me clear it up for you. So you look at the definition of an angle, right? The space usually measured in degrees between two intersecting lines or surfaces at or close to the point where they meet. So that angle is going to require two lines, both of which are flat lines.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs.
That's the problem with presuppositional arguments. They usually end before they begin if you assume the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's why he ended his whole argument with his first word, angle.
Nathan, what did he say again? Why you get me to? How does he say it?
I can't remember.
Come on, Nathan. You know.
That was classic.
That had me almost spilled my coffee.
Give me proof, flat Earth.
Why did you make me prove flat Earth?
Virus, I mean, you didn't get how you snatched your own wig off with your first statement? First word in your statement? Like, you still don't get it.
Yeah, no, I don't, because I don't understand why the Earth needs to be.
That's all we need to hear. You don't understand. Yeah? So as you come here telling us and ad homing us that we don't understand, wrong. You don't understand anything at all. We know it. Now you know it. You've just admitted it. Yeah, you don't understand.
Well, answer my question.
No. Why would I answer the village idiot's question? You don't understand anything.
Because I would understand it if you told me.
Oh, right. So suddenly I should educate you? No. Do you want to pay me? How much are you going to pay me to educate you?
Why?
How much are you going to pay me to educate your dumb fuck ass? Do you not understand the question? How much are you going to offer me in money to educate your dumb ass?
It better be right information, first of all.
Yeah, I know I'm right. I've demonstrated that to you here. Yeah? You don't understand anything you don't understand. You're the one self-confessed ignorant. I do understand, Virus. But you're asking me to educate you. Now you're saying, well, if I'm going to pay for that information, it better be right. All right, so you're okay to ask for it for free?
Like, you're actually getting an education. I'm not trying...
Yeah, you will get an education. I'm asking you for the third time, what are you going to pay me to educate your dumb, ignorant ass? Is it nothing? Is it nothing? Because if the answer's nothing, oh, well, you don't get much for that.
It's a big difference.
So the answer's nothing. You won't be paying me a dime. Yeah, you don't get much for that, you know. You don't get much for nothing, you know, Virus. I know you want to be educated. You need to be. You're ignorant. But when you're offering nothing, I mean literally nothing to me, then you don't get much for that. Do you understand?
Why does the Earth need to be flat for me?
Sorry, why are you asking me something? Are you paying me? Does this come with a dollar value?
Okay, so you gonna pay me for every question?
Sorry, no, you're not going to get paid. You're the dumbest fucking person here. Why would anyone pay the village idiot for his information? But if the village idiot wants to start quizzing people, you better have a fucking deep pocket. You understand, spastic? If you haven't got a deep pocket, just fuck off. You're the thickest person here. You're ignorant. You're definitely not going to be demanding answers about anything. Okay? You could go away and do what I've done, which is figure it out. Or you can come here in your gamma bitch way and decide that you're going to demand answers of me. And what I'll do in return is say, pay me, bitch. And if you haven't got any fucking money, low-life fuckwit, then get lost.
You can't teach me nothing new.
You can't give me fuck all, can you, low-life scum with no money?
I know why you want to answer.
Yeah, you haven't got any fucking money. So fuck off. You want me to educate you, you can pay me for my time. You understand? Now, if you're not going to do that, I'm not going to educate you. What I will do is drag you by the short heads to the point where you prove a flat earth for my audience. That's worth something to me. Yeah? Beyond that, what you demand of me is irrelevant. You won't be getting anything. You can ask politely, and then I can lay out an amount that I want to charge. But beyond that, you can fuck off. You understand, dickhead? You're not going to be demanding anything from me. Ever. None of you will be. Like Charles, right? Charles thought he could demand my attention by putting me on mute. And all that happened is I deafened him. So I didn't listen to a single word he said. He thought, incorrectly, that he was in charge. That's Charles. He thought he was in charge and could lie to a live audience. He was wrong. I was in charge.
Charles in charge.
I was going to say that.
Yeah.
Charles is in charge.
No, he definitely was not in charge. I was, as I highlighted his lie. And the same applies here. I'm not going to be answering Virus's questions like I'm not going to be answering Charles's questions. He'll be answering my questions. Yeah? And if he wants to offer me money for a series of shitty questions he's got for me that he doesn't want because he wants education, he wants because if it was being paid for, it needs to be correct before he even got the information. It needs to be validated before it was even presented. That's how high the standards are if he's paying for it. If he's not paying for it, he feels in his gamma bitch way, he's got the right to dictate what I'm going to tell him. Because he's ignorant and needs educating. Therefore, obviously, the nearest person that's told him how ignorant it is, he's going to be the one to educate you, isn't he? The one pointing out how big a fuckwit you are is the one to educate you, isn't he, Virus? No. The one pointing out how big a fuckwit you are is going to demand money for the education you think you deserve. You don't. And I'm not going to be the one giving it you unless you fucking pay me. Now, I've said that about 7 times.
I don't think that low of myself. Shit.
Then fuck off. If you don't think that low of yourself and you don't see any value in what I have, then you are a wanker who is only here to demonstrate his ignorance and claim I'm ignorant. On 2 occasions on your visit here, you've claimed I don't understand. But you are self-confessed to be ignorant, Virus. You have no worth. None in this arena. 0.
What is ignorance?
Not knowing things.
That's not ignorance.
Wow, losing basic meaning of words now.
Wow.
Ignorance is virus.
Ignorance is not willing to learn.
To ignore. To ignore. Ignorance.
Me asking you a question.
Ignorance. We all know what the word means. You are literally now challenging me based on my definition of ignorance. Oh, I absolutely assure you unequivocally that you are, by definition, ignorant, Virus.
It's a difference between ignorance and...
No. I'm not going to listen to the village idiot defining ignorance for me. No.
Virus. Ignorance. Definition. Lack of knowledge or information.
So kind of like not knowing stuff, which is precisely what I said, Virus. Yeah, you don't know stuff. You are shit for brains retard. That's ignorance. That's you. Ignorant. Now you feel, after being demonstrated ignorant, after telling the person you're going to demand education from thereafter, that he's wrong and doesn't understand, that for free you can demand education to absolve yourself of your ignorance. No.
No, I get it for free.
No, you don't get it for free. You get told to suck my balls for free. That's what you get for free. Like Charles got. That's what he got from me for free. He got to taste my balls whilst lying to his live audience. That's what you get for free. Like Charles got. That's what he got. He paid me nothing. And he got to taste my balls. That's what he got for free.
You know how to project your ball taste over the...
Yeah, he got to taste my balls as he lied perpetually to his audience about not needing R. And then it took me 20 minutes of work to edit in him saying on the globe model every time he claimed he wasn't lying, proving him a liar. That's what he got for free. The taste of a flat earther's balls. That's what you get for free. Now you can come here and have that for free. I offer it for free daily. If you want that from me, that's me, my attention, my time, then you can have it for free. But you won't like what you get for your $0 value that you give me. You understand? You won't enjoy it. Charles didn't enjoy it. He can't quite believe it's happened. He's now doing damage control in my comments, asking where he lied in videos showing him lying. Now you, on the other hand, will just get told to get lost because you're an inconsequential, ignorant prick, Virus.
I mean, I'm good. I'm chilling. I don't care about your ad homs either. So good.
Not an ad hom. When I describe you as an inconsequential, that means you have no influence on anybody at all. That's a fact. Not an ad hom, a fact. Ignorant. We've gone through it and defined it. And by example, you are ignorant. It's not an ad hom. Now, further adding to his ignorance is him describing my accurate description of him as an ad hom. Further demonstrating how ignorant he is. Now, prick is him telling me I don't understand when he's self-confessed ignorant. That makes you a prick. So none of what I said is an ad hom. It's an accurate description with example. Like when I describe Charles as a liar, it's not bullying. It's admirably holding up his lie and showing it to his audience. Showing him to be a liar like I'm showing you to be an ignorant prick.
But you're always ignorant of somebody's point of view. Like, you don't know my point of view of you until I tell it to you.
Really? I know your point of view about proving Earth's flat by measuring angles with a flat baseline. Your elevation angle proved Earth's flat. You didn't understand that.
Nobody was even talking.
No, there's another octave.
Nobody.
Go up 2 octaves this time.
You brought that into the conversation. That had nothing to do with me. That was you.
What? When you said you measured an angle, we only got one, but multiple to choose from our measurements. The first one you went to, your go-to, proved Earth's flat when you said angle. 2 straight lines.
2 straight lines.
That's right. Not a curved line, like a globe Earth would have.
I don't need curved lines.
What, you don't need curved lines on a sphere, Virus? Let's have it one more time. You don't need...
Look at a star. You don't need curved lines to look...
Welcome to Flat Earth, bitch. That's what you get for free. Yeah? You telling me how you, the globe Earth believer, doesn't need curved lines? Tell me again.
Not when you look at a star, no.
When you look at a star, just need it to be a flat Earth. Okay. Welcome to Flat Earth, Virus. That's right. When we look at stars and measure angles to them, we need a flat Earth for that.
No, you don't.
Well, who needs a curve, Virus? You don't need a curve for it. Quote, you don't need a curve. End quote, the Virus.
Yeah, you don't need a curve for that.
Yeah, that's right. You need a flat Earth for that, Virus. Is this painful? This is what you get for free. The taste of my balls. As you tell me, it doesn't need to be curved. Right?
That has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, Nathan.
So measuring angles off the ground to stars, nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Moving around on the ground, finding your location on the ground, nothing to do with the, quote, shape. No, that's right. That's nothing to do with any shape and everything to do with a flat aspect.
Ain't got nothing to do with anything flat.
Mumble, 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 mumble.
Of the Earth. Why was that your response to John's question? And how do you get the radial value with the Earth? That's a problem. Do you not see how
3
that's a
ways
problem?
that you can get a radius value, and he jumped on that and didn't let me finish.
Oh, I didn't let you finish taking it from the 2 straight flat lines with an elevation angle. That's a flat Earth baseline. I didn't let you take it from the flat Earth you used to measure the angles to your fundy presupposition that those 2 flat, straight lines are actually curved lines on a curved Earth. I didn't let you finish, right?
Yeah, you didn't let me finish.
Oh, my bad. Do you want to tell me how you got those 2 straight lines off a curved surface then? I.e., how you measured the 2 straight lines if one of them was a curved line on a curved Earth?
The purpose of what?
The Earth, the one you think's curving.
We haven't even touched the Earth yet.
So we're not on the ground measuring an angle to a star from the surface. That's not what we're doing anymore because you need a flat Earth to do that. So we're not doing it anymore. I see. So me not letting you finish explaining how you measure this angle to a star from the surface doesn't even include the surface. I see, fuckwit. I understand completely. Your angle from the surface measurement doesn't include the surface. I see.
What surface measurement? What are you talking about?
Your measurement to the star, that angle measurement, yeah, it required an elevation angle. That's a flat baseline. What are the straight lines? That straight line, one of them, the flat line, the elevation angle, yeah? That's not curving. Now maybe you should ask me like Where's Wally did, why it would need to be curving, right?
Both lines are pointed at the star. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the line that's flat and straight for this angle isn't a curved line you think the Earth has.
It has nothing to do with the Earth so far. We just.
Oh, does it not? The angle measurement from the ground with the flat baseline, flat Earth, that's suddenly nothing to do with Earth? Oh, I see. You mean the moment we prove that you need it to be flat, it's nothing to do with Earth anymore? Oh, right. So if this has nothing to do with Earth anymore, why do you think you'll get a radius value from it?
Earth, we just ain't made it to that point.
Sorry, if we're not doing anything to do with Earth, what makes you think you'll get a radius value from it?
You're not even letting me finish.
Sorry, just muttering. Third time's a charm.
Mumble, mumble.
Nothing to do with Earth, you say? Nothing to do with the ground, you say? When we're measuring this angle, nothing to do with Earth. How in an holy fuck will you get an R value from it then?
I'm surprised you don't know since you're trying.
Are you surprised I don't know, given it's your example?
No, I'm not.
Maybe 4 more octaves. Squeal like a fucking pig. Go on. Squeal 4 more octaves higher like a fucking bitch pig.
Since you don't want to answer my question.
Yeah, you're squealing like a little pig. You know what I hear me? Every time you get roasted, you squeal 4 octaves higher than your normal voice.
I've always wanted to learn how to pitch.
Maybe reply really deep. Maybe that will overcompensate. Maybe if I talk like BA for a while, people won't notice I went up 5 octaves.
I don't think it really matters if you go up or down octaves.
I think it shows how fucking raped you're getting. That's what I think. Yeah? You think it's nothing to do with the ground, despite the fact your angle measurement from the ground is claimed to be getting the radius value. That's from the ground to the centre. Yeah? Now that we've proved you need a flat Earth to do it, you're saying it's nothing to do with the ground. Oh, right. So radius, the thing you're trying to ascertain with this stupid shit that needs a flat Earth to do it, that's from the ground to the centre. But nothing to do with the ground, right? Shit for brains. That's where you go up 5 octaves and start squealing like a pig.
When are you going to explain to me why that requires a flat Earth to look at a star?
2 straight lines to measure the angle. Your elevation angle. Hello? That's a flat Earth right there. Maybe if I say it even slower, you'll understand that one of those lines isn't curving. Maybe me telling you that one of those 2 straight lines isn't curving will result in you asking me why it would need to be. Why would it need to be curving like my sphere beneath it would have it? Why would it be curving? Yeah, do the Where's Wally and ask me why it would need to be curving, Virus.
Yes, it's 2 lines going...
So not curving then? Like a curved Earth would have?
We don't want it to curve.
We don't? You, the sphere-believing muppet, doesn't want the ground to be curving? Yes, because it needs to be flat for this virus.
You're jumping the gun again, Nathan. You're clearly jumping the gun, Nathan. I have not put a line on the ground whatsoever, so we don't need the ground yet.
Can I ask Boris a question?
What?
Can I ask Boris something?
God damn, you asked me how to get a radius for something. I try to step you to the steps, and you make false assumptions and assume that somehow...
Sorry, I'm asking him where to get the radius for something, and you, meaning me, are making all sorts of assumptions. What the fuck are you talking about?
Paying Virus, this is unreal.
Yeah, just
I was giving you my way of getting a radius value by
stuttering bitch. Now go up 5 octaves. Now you've stuttered like a bitch. Yeah, that's what you've been reduced to for your free. I'd have paid.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Maybe say it in 2 or 3 octaves higher.
Right. I was actually doing something with the Earth already.
Were you? I thought you weren't even on the ground yet. That was me thinking this angle measurement from the ground wasn't even on the ground. It's not going to get to the surface for a radius. It wasn't even on the ground yet. Sorry, we weren't even on the ground, and yet I'm making a whole load of assumptions for his example. Well, I mean, it's terrible, really. I'm really mistreating him.
I'm curious of what you think this process is.
Can I ask him a question?
Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Nathan. Virus.
What's up?
See this angle you're taking to a star. Tell me about the 2 lines. One line goes to the star. Where does the other line go?
Starting position of the star.
No, that's one angle goes. One line
I'm
goes to
telling
the
you
star.
where they go.
From
This is
you-
my
1 second. One second.
Virus, listen to the question, man.
Listen to me a second. The first line goes from you, right, to the star. Where does the second line go?
starts off the starting point of the star from you.
Starting point of the star. What's that?
Any star, it don't matter. You
No,
want one
what
to
is the
pick
starting point of the
pick
star?
Polaris because it's going to stay
Okay,
still
hang
the
on,
most.
hang on.
Stop rumpusing them.
Hang on, Neil, 1 second. So, start again. 2 lines makes an angle. The first line goes from your eye to the star, right? The second line goes from your eye to where?
The star.
You already put that line at the star.
Oh my God!
That
Sorry,
one is
no,
already
maybe
gone
Brian.
to the star.
Sorry, Brian. It might be the accent. The first
It's not.
line.
I know what he's up to.
The first.
I know what he's asking me.
Well, I
Nick.
just want to repeat it for you. The
All right.
first line goes to the star. So let's just put a check mark. Line 1, angle, 2 lines. Line 1,
Maybe
2
slower.
star. Okay. Brian's question: where does the second line go? Virus.
Why are y'all making me repeat myself? That's what I don't. Fuck.
Level. Goes to level.
Starting place. Same place. That's where it's starting out at. You're starting.
Sorry, 2 straight lines. A vertex is where they meet. One of the lines goes to the star. I ask him where the second line. Brian asks where the second line goes, and he says to the star. Well, that's one line. That's not going to give you an angle. We need them to be different, not both to the star. Where's the second line go, Virus? Is this too complex for you?
Start to level.
Understand.
Oh, we don't understand now.
Start at zero.
I have a reason for asking Virus this, because the ballers have been trying to do a thing where they use the zenith of the observer and they put a line from the zenith line to the star, and then they bring another line from that star back to the zenith, completely ignoring the ground. And I have a feeling that that's what Virus is trying to.
Of course.
Yeah. Hang on. Leave Virus there. I have a feeling that's what Virus is up to. Either that, or he just doesn't understand or won't admit where the second line goes to.
I have a feeling he doesn't even understand the question, to be honest.
You're
giving him way too much credit.
He does. Hang on.
Yeah, you're giving him way too much credit. He doesn't understand the question.
Nah, they're staying away from the ground, QE.
He keeps answering a position.
He's not smart enough to figure that out.
This is
He's a
claim.
retard, and we all know this.
My claim.
Right. Shut up.
The starting position. The starting position is not the other line, right? It's from the starting position, the observer, to the star, and then from the starting position, the observer to what point?
How are you trying to tell me about my own shit, man?
Oh my God, you're a
Virus.
retard.
This is horrible, Virus.
Yeah, this is a poor
Seriously.
showing.
You're avoiding the question.
He's avoiding the ground.
Avoiding the question.
Virus.
Why are you even asking him questions? Is what I want to know. I mean,
he's the only
you got a
Glober
person here that told you he doesn't leave the pants that he's in when he leaves his pants.
So when you use a sextant to measure the angle, Virus, you bring the celestial body down to what?
Elijah, you're going to ask him another question. And he doesn't leave the pants when he leaves his pants.
We're in a live show, John.
We're getting a lot of recreation right now.
Yeah, this is fun, man.
Okay, I'll let him go then. Go ahead.
Who's using a sextant? As y'all are jumping the gun and assuming that you already know something and haven't even gotten the information yet. That's why this is kind of pointless talking to y'all. Y'all constantly try to tell me what my claim is.
Your claim was measure an angle.
I didn't even get to tell you what the measurements.
No, your claim is you're on a sphere.
Y'all automatically assumed that it was the horizon and the star.
Sorry, you measured an angle, and we've tried to establish what the other lines do. One line for this angle.
Yeah, I know
measurement.
that.
Yeah, and there you go,
Now,
talking
ask me
through,
about 15
straight through the
times.
middle of me. Talking straight through the middle of me, straight away. Okay, I'll try again. We've got one line to the star. Now an angle's two lines. So we want to know where the second line, that's the flat baseline, your elevation angle's coming from that. Yeah, where's that drawn to? We just want you to actually say it. You can't, can you, Virus? You can't. Second line, where's it drawn to, Virus?
I mean, you said the word before, but
I
sounds like
already
you
told
don't
about
want to
15
repeat it.
times, man. It's going to start. Starting position to start because you want to start it.
Wanker. So, we ask him, one line to star, where's second line? His answer, to the star. Yeah? So this guy's retarded. Yo, fuckwit retard. One line to star, where second line? You speak English, fuckwit? Second line, not answer to star. We already have to star. Clear, shit for brains? Is that clear, shit for brains? The first line's drawn to the star, you shit for brains fuckwit. Clear? Virus, fuckwit.
I mean,
Clear?
I've told you this over and over again.
Don't tell me what you've told me. Is it clear that the first line is established and is drawn to the star? When we ask you for the second one, we don't want you to say to the star, that's the first one.
Tell what you want me to say.
Oh, really? So you've stopped being useful to me then?
Ain't about what you want.
Sorry, yeah, it does. I run this show, Boris. You don't want to do what I tell you to. I'll just kick you out right here, right now. Yeah, I'll shut you down and then kick you the fuck out. You're not paying me, therefore you're basically my toy here. Now, if you don't like that and you think that somehow you're deserving of some respect or answers, no, you're very much mistaken about what your position is here. You'll do as you're damn well told, or I'll remove you. That's it. You don't like it? Fuck off. Good dog.
He's gone.
Gone.
Good dog.
No.
Yeah,
You got
because he
another
can't.
moron here
I'll tell
for
you
you,
why.
plenty.
Let me. Hold on. He's being asked what the second line is. That's the line that was pointed out to improve Earth is flat. It's a straight, flat line along the ground. That's not curving. Well, that line is what's going to give him his angle. Not curved line, a straight line. So when we ask him what's the second line doing, that's the line that proves Earth is flat. So why would it be the case that he needs to say, I'm not going to play, or answer the line to the star again? Well, because that's the line that proves Earth's flat. Very painful. He'd rather get ejected than admit that's the line that proves it's flat. Earth, that is.
He didn't get ejected. He left on his own accord. We got another moron in here. F.E. Pilot. Mr. Chat Skank. Mr. Fucktard. Answered it saying, how do you get an elevation angle? F.E.
Hey,
Pilot.
QE, you disgusting.
Yeah, right. How do you get an elevation angle?
That's a great
I tell
argument.
you how you get an elevation angle. Okay? This is what you do. You measure from level to the star. That's how you get it.
Level?
Thanks.
Level?
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth, F.E. Pilot. So from level, from a flat, plain, level, flat, not curved baseline.
Thank you very much.
Another clown that
thank
destroys
you.
his argument with the first word out of his mouth. It's
Yeah,
great.
he snatched his own wig off.
F.E. Pilot's a globe head, for anybody
Yes, he
who's
did.
misunderstanding what's going on. F.E. Pilot's not F.E. He's a globe-believing fundy, and he's
I'm
just
very
told
much
us...
FE.
He's just told us that he needs a flat plane to measure an elevation angle.
I did no such thing. I said you measure from level.
There it is again. From level. There it is. From level. That's right, level. Flat.
How you
Not
get level?
curved.
Maybe define level.
You don't need use
FE
earth level.
pilot.
Use water level.
So Earth level.
water's level.
So we don't use
Where's the
the
water?
Earth being level. That's flat Earth. We use the water being flat. So definitely not curved then. Okie dokie.
Do you guys even know?
Where's the water?
You guys even know? Show us the water level mirror on the Sextant.
Give me some time. I need to.
Give you some
talk.
time to show the water level mirror.
Needs to stutter. I need to.
enough
He
of
sounds
you.
like Charles Virus and now FE Pilot are all stuttering, stammering idiots.
No such thing. You establish a level.
Thanks. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Local gravity.
Say it again.
Establish a level.
Thanks.
And then from level, measure up to the stars.
How you establish level?
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Well, how do you establish level?
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Well, how do we? Sorry,
level.
he's asking. Sorry, for this level that you need, you're now asking us how we establish level. Sorry, aren't you supposed to be proving a sphere? Why are you asking us how we'd measure level for your example that's using level?
How do you do it?
Sorry, what? Prove Earth's flat with the level that you're using? You're the one claiming it. So you're about to launch into telling us about level. And you're asking me? It's your claim of level, Globe Believer. So you tell me about the level you need for your claim, Globe Believer. You tell me.
I will do no such thing until
you won't tell me about the level you've asserted 3 times. You want me to do it.
More like
you do realize that level is 90 degrees to gravity, right?
90 degrees to gravity.
90 degrees to gravity. Hold on, this is going to get good. Everyone calm down. Either somebody nominate themselves to take this on, or everyone calm down.
I will.
Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you. FE Pilot. Do you,
go ahead, Brian.
When you're taking an elevation angle, when you're taking an elevation angle, are you using a Pythagorean right angle?
No.
Well, you don't know what an elevation angle is then. That's exactly what an elevation angle is.
No.
Why did you
end of debate.
Establish an elevation angle.
End of debate.
It requires a 90 degree. Yeah, it requires a 90 degree. You can't take an elevation angle without having a 90 degree at the observer and at the GP of the star.
Okay, let me talk you through this. Okay. How about
you don't need
hello. No, Brian, stop. Everyone except FE Pilot, please be quiet. Go ahead.
This is what you do. Let's establish a level. Let's establish a level table with, let's say, a bowl of water. Okay, let's make a table level. Now, on my level table, I'll put a stick, and I'll point the stick at the sun or the star or whatever, right? And then I'll measure the angle from the level table to the stick. And that is my elevation angle. There's no need for right angle.
What? No, that's completely wrong. No, you have to have a right angle. That's powerful.
Why do you have to have a right angle?
That's how you get an elevation angle, you dipshit fucktard. From Jacob. Hold on a second. From Jacoby Harold. Hold on a second. From Jacoby Harold, professor of astronomy, Columbia University, chapter 6, the Sextant. This height of the sun or any star in the sky is called its altitude. And so the altitude is always an angle to be measured in degrees or minutes. The point directly overhead is the zenith. The angle between the lines drawn to the horizon and zenith is 90 degrees or a right fucking angle. That's why. Clown
moron.
Hey, QE. On a day we...
Clown fuck.
No,
that's my name. Don't wear it out.
No, don't. Who muted him? No, don't mute him.
Day of equinox, you measure a zenith angle of 10 degrees.
We're not talking about the equinox. We're talking about a sextant and an elevation angle, a simple elevation angle. Define an elevation angle with citation, please, right now.
Elevation
now.
Angle.
Elevation angle
from level to the star.
Define it with citation. Define it.
Nothing to do with flat Earth.
Define it with citation right now. I just debunked your dumbass just a couple seconds ago if you weren't keeping up on current events. Now define elevation angle.
Only works with parallel
define
light,
elevation
right?
angle.
You do realize it only works with
define elevation
angle. Okay, both of you,
angle.
hold on. Stop both of you, FE Pilot and QE. We've reached an impasse, FE Pilot. If you can't just tell us what an elevation angle is and then cite it, can you do that or not?
Well, I think Nathan already did. But hey, my question is, I've got evidence of curvature. It's a picture I took from 30.
No, fuck
You're an
off.
idiot.
You'll,
Get out
Hold
of
on,
here.
you'll
stop
answer the question.
Hello, just stop muting him.
And it is in the main chat.
What? Tell us what you've got, FE Pilot. Everyone else,
I
just leave off
have
him for a
evidence
second.
of curvature.
A picture of what?
It's evidence of curvature. Picture of curvature.
Is it the horizon?
I've seen that picture. It's not.
in the main
I've seen
chat.
that picture.
Right, everyone else except
picture's
FE
bullshit.
Pilot, can you be quiet? Thank you. FE Pilot, please can you tell me what you've posted? I can't see the chat. Just tell me what you've posted, please.
Oh my gosh. Why could you not see the chat? Can you just... Okay. It is a picture from 35,000 feet showing... It's a wide-angle lens showing side-to-side curvature and curvature looking away from observer, which is called horizon dip. Horizon dip of about 3 degrees and a noticeable side-to-side curvature. And it is not an effect of fisheye lens because
Nathan.
I controlled for it by having a
thanks.
straight edge in my...
Shut the fuck up, Nathan. It's in Master B. He's got a Xanic heads-up display. It's at 53 minutes after the hour.
Okay, I've got it up for the audience's benefit. Okay.
Horizon's not Earth curves.
So, FE
Can
Pilot.
I respond to this in a minute, Nathan, please? I already know what this is.
It's a picture through an airplane window, which are typically curved.
I'll absolutely annihilate this in a moment.
Hold on.
When I'm allowed.
Are you... What's your claim? Oh, God, my God. Right.
My claim is that we can literally see the curvature both side to side and looking away from observer from 35,000 feet. Hence, there's your curvature.
Can everyone else shut up? Please. Go ahead, FE Pilot.
Okay, so what my claim is we can literally see the Earth curvature from 35,000 feet if you use a wide enough lens. And we can see it side to side, and we can see it looking away from the observer. That's what you guys have been looking for, curvature. There it is.
Okay. So, are you aware of an argument called the Black Swan?
I am very much aware of an argument called the Black Swan, and this is not the Black Swan.
No, I didn't assert that it was. I asked if you were aware of the argument. Okay. Are you
Yes, I
aware
am.
that that argument debunks the horizon as being Earth curve?
Are you aware that you cannot have a visible horizon if you don't have a physical horizon underneath?
What?
What the fuck?
What? We've only
Let
got...
me say it again.
Hold on, let me
Geometric
just... Hold on, it
horizon.
took me a second to process it. Sorry. Are you saying the horizon that we see is based on the geometric horizon? Is that what you're driving at?
Correct.
Sorry, we only have one horizon. And the horizon in the begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator is a physical geometric horizon. We've only got one, and this horizon isn't the geometric horizon.
Just let me know when you're done, and I don't want you.
But did you hear what I said?
No, man, we cannot.
Sorry, everybody else, please. It's the 5th time. Did you hear what I said?
Okay, go ahead. So that's wrong. We have many horizons. We have the radar horizon. We have a physical horizon. And we have the visible horizon. There's
Horizon's
many
not physical.
horizons, but they're all based on the physical tangent line between your eyes and the edge of a sphere.
Okay, so according to you, we've got 3. We've got a radar, physical, and visible. Please, can you show me the geometric horizon in this image, please?
The geometric horizon will be just under the visible horizon.
Give it me in
Unless
millimeters.
I suck out all the air
Sorry,
in the atmosphere,
sorry.
I cannot show you the physical horizon.
Oh, God. Can you give it me in millimeters? Whoever it is in G+ who's laughing, please just put yourself on mute. Give it me in millimeters or pixels or anything. Where is the second horizon in this image?
Just under the visible horizon.
There's only one horizon in this image.
Because we're in an atmosphere.
Sorry.
If we go to the moon, then we can see the physical horizon because there's no atmosphere.
Okay. Sphere-shaped air is an oxymoron. Air doesn't take the shape of a sphere, it takes the shape of its containment. Meanwhile, we only have one horizon. And the horizon known as Earth curve isn't this horizon. Geometric Earth curve horizons only exist in maths. There isn't two horizons, one just below the one you see. We've only got one.
Then why is there a horizon on the moon?
So why are you asking me something? You've claimed there's multiple horizons, one of which would need to be a geometric Earth curve edge horizon. That isn't this horizon, and there isn't a second geometric one in this image. There's only one. It's not geometric Earth curve horizon. That is not what's in this image. We've debunked that with the black swan.
You don't get a visible horizon unless you have a geometric horizon. One leads to the other.
Sorry, where is that horizon in this image?
On the moon.
On the moon?
When they walked on the moon, they had a horizon. They took pictures of it.
On
That
the
is
moon?
a physical horizon.
Sorry, they took pictures on the moon. That's incorrect. So, no.
Well, they did.
Yeah, I heard your claim. Now I'm responding to it. Do you want to chant 3 more times that they did before I respond? Go ahead.
I do not.
They claimed to have travelled to the moon through a vacuum. That would be an empty space for gas to fill. So no barrier between the gas we're breathing and the area they travelled through, claimed to travel through, in a rocket. Now, if the gas can travel through, then so can the rocket, and you'd have no gas here anymore. Because if a rocket can go into the sky vacuum, gas that's expanding in all directions would do the same, and we'd be dead. So they definitely didn't go to the moon, because they'd be violating the second law of thermodynamics by travelling into a vacuum. So all the pictures that are claimed to have come from the moon of a geometric horizon, when we've only got one horizon, it's not Earth curve, are also bunk. No pictures from moon requires a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum.
Could you be wrong about that second law of thermodynamics violation? And is it possible that they could have traveled to the moon?
So why are you asking me? It's your claim.
Because I'm asking you if you could be wrong.
If I could be wrong about gas filling space? No, it's a law of nature.
Okay, but maybe you're misunderstanding it.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding PV equals nRT. The V is the volume. It's the amount of area, the space, the gas has to fill. That's what the V is in standard gas law. It's the volume, the amount of space. And space, in a heliocentric fantasy, is a space, a volume, for gas to fill. So while you might like to believe that I misunderstand this, I don't. If space was a space, gas would fill it. It's the V, volume. Space would be the volume.
I just have one question for you, Nathan, and I'm not going to debate this gas law with you.
You are debating it.
My question
You
is,
are
why,
debating it. You are.
Why?
You are debating it. Stop. Stop.
Visible horizon
Stop.
Curved.
Stop. Don't declare that you're not debating this. You are currently in a debate with me, FE Pilot. One you are losing badly. So you've said there's a second horizon from the moon. No, I've overcome that by pointing out that it's a second law of thermodynamics violation, your rebuttal. You might misunderstand natural law, was your rebuttal. Shite rebuttal there. I overcome that by giving an admirable demonstration of Standard gas law with V, that's volume. Definitely don't misunderstand that was your last rebuttal. Don't now declare that you're not in a fucking debate with me. You are. You're just losing badly in the debate you're in with me. So let's clear that up before you move on to the horizon and whatever you're going to chat about it. You are in a debate. Is that clear? Good. On you go with your horizon nonsense.
Why is my visible horizon curved?
Who cares? It's not a geometric Earth curve horizon. Asking me to justify something I haven't made any claims about is known as a burden of proof reversal fallacy. Have I made any claims about the horizon? Rhetorical. No, I have not. Meanwhile, you claim it's Earth curve horizon. That's geometric. And where is it? Oh, well, we can't see it. I point out it's only in the maths, and you tell me it's 2 mil below the one we see. No, a horizon is the visible location where the sky meets the ground or sea. Not visible locations. Not based on a non-visible horizon that isn't visible and isn't where the ground meets the sea or sky. No. That's not a horizon if we don't see it. Not, well, I'll assume that the geometry I assume because men have been to sky vacuums is the geometry the horizon we see is based on. It's a second horizon. No, we still only have one. The fact that you've invented a second fantasy horizon that doesn't exist in reality is just because you've got a fundy sphere belief. Doesn't mean we've got a second horizon. We haven't. Okay?
Well, I don't think you can wave evidence away that easily. You're just hand waving it away. Yet there is curvature to the horizon, and you have no explanation for it. I'll tell you why it's true.
Sorry, that's not a hand wave dismissal. Don't summarise my absolute refutation of your claim as a hand wave dismissal. When I say we only have one horizon and the horizon in the begging the question proof of nothing. Curve calculator is a geometric horizon. It's marked with an X, labelled horizon, and geometric. That is not the horizon we see. Therefore, your question about why it fucking curves isn't being given a hand wave, it's being ripped to shreds. Do you understand that that's not a fucking hand wave? That's me saying the horizon you're asking about bending isn't geometric Earth curve. Not a hand wave. Clear?
I understand you were dismissed.
Good! You stupid bastard! Now that I've absolutely annihilated your stupid shithead claim that this horizon needs to be explained for why it's curving, understand it's not geometric Earth curve. You understand that's not a hand wave? It's a raping!
Regardless of what you...
Regardless of the rape I've just suffered, I'll call it a hand wave. No, we've only got one horizon and the horizon in your globe mass is geometric. This isn't. Who gives a shit why it's curving? I don't make any claims about it. You do. You claim it's Earth curve. That would be a geometric Earth curve edge in your maths. This isn't that. You want to call it a hand wave again? You'll get shouted at again, I assure you. Call it a hand wave again.
You can find R from the horizon, right?
No, it's not an Earth curve edge, so you definitely won't get R from the horizon. It's not a geometric point to measure.
Exactly R, but it'd be close enough.
Close enough to what?
Close enough to the actual R.
And how'd you measure that?
Measured it on my Jeppesen flight planning app.
On a fucking app? You think that's measuring something in physical reality? On an app? My God! These people are so stupid. You think an app is making a physical geometric measurement, do you?
Well, I mean...
Well? Is that another 2 octaves? Well? No, it isn't! You stupid idiot! What you do is derive R from a geometric horizon. And as I point out, we've only got one, and this horizon isn't geometric. What's that you say? It's close enough. Close enough to what? The geometric horizon that we don't see and can't be measured? Oh no, oh my bad, it's the one in the app.
I just have one...
I am stuttering, Effie Pilot.
How? Just let me know when you're ready.
What? To continue raping you? Oh, I'm always ready.
Navigation.
Answer his questions for him, just to stop this, Nathan. I know exactly what's going on there.
How did the one more orbit do a north to south?
Orbits begs the question. Shut up. Orbits are begging the question fallacy.
Orbits.
Can I just deal with his picture for him? Because I know
Sure.
exactly what the two things are. No? Okay.
I got next.
He said sure. Go, Brian.
Oh, I did. I thought you said no. I thought you said no. I'm going to deal with your two problems with your photograph, right? You're looking out at a visible horizon. To the right, it looks like there's a curve, and that's only because there's a sunrise to the right. So it's being washed out. So it gives the impression of being a curve. It's just because there's more light to that side. So that's why it's just washed out. Just for that particular time while you're flying, it just looks that way because of the sunrise to the right. Now, where are you flying that plane?
Yes.
Okay, right. And what was the pitch above horizontal of that plane at the time?
What was my pitch above level?
Above horizontal. There's also, you're above 0 degrees horizontal. What was your pitch above 0 degrees
Let's
horizontal?
call that level. Can we agree to call that level?
Horizontal is.
Sorry, just one more time. Can we agree
Brian,
to call it what?
Can we agree to call pitch above horizontal level?
Pitch above level. Above
Yes.
level.
Oh,
Brian.
What was my pitch above level? Oh,
Pitch
1
above
degree
level.
up.
Pitch above level. Okay, above level.
Sorry, say that again.
My pitch above level was about 1 degree nose up.
1
You
degree
should be able
nose
to
up.
see it. It's right in the picture.
1 degree is nose up. And does it show that in the picture? It does. Does it say it?
It does. It does.
1 degree nose up. And what height were you flying at? 35,000 feet?
Correct. And it shows that in the picture also.
Okay, I know. So why were you only 1 degree nose up?
That's the attitude I needed to maintain level at my specific airspeed.
Okay, so you were flying fast then. If you were flying pretty fast, if you were just 1 degree, yeah?
You got it, Brian.
Yeah, because if you were flying at a normal cruising altitude, you'd be flying about 3 degrees, yes?
Brian, keep in mind that your pitch depends on your weight, your speed, and the design of a wing.
Yeah, I'm
This
asking you a
airplane-
question. If you were flying a bit slower at a cruising altitude,
And I
you'd be
answered your
flying about
question.
3 degrees. But you didn't.
I answered
I
your
asked you
question.
very safe. You seem to be avoiding the question.
All he's asking
My
is,
God.
would you normally be at 3 degrees, between 3 and 1? That's all he's asking.
Clearly
No,
not,
that's not what I'm
because
asking.
I was
No,
flying
I'm
at 1
specifically
degree.
asking him a question and he's not answering it. At cruising speed, would you normally fly about 3 degrees?
Wrong. In my particular airplane, at cruising speed, I will be about 1 to 1.5 degrees.
Why are you only 1 to 1.5? Is it commercial?
Yes, and I suspect it's the design of a wing.
Okay, I say. So what are you talking about? A cambered wing?
Yes.
All right. So cambered wings, but they still have to be above 0 degrees horizontal to hold 100%
1
positive
degree,
lift.
1 degree above level, and you can see that in the picture. If you look at the
Horizontal,
picture,
yes, 1 degree above horizontal. That's how pitch is defined, above and below horizontal. So
Below
you have
level.
to be with a
Oh,
cambered
sorry,
wing
above level.
to still hold. Excuse me, to hold 100% positive lift, 100% now positive lift. With a cambered wing, you still have to be above horizontal, above 0
Above
degrees
level.
horizontal. Right? Yeah, horizontal is level, same thing. Right? Horizontal, 0 degrees horizontal. Then you have 1 degree above 1 degree above 0 degrees horizontal, or 1 degree below, blah blah blah. Right? So, and you're 35,000 feet above the surface of the earth below you.
Correct.
Right. So you're about, you said 1 degree above horizontal. You're saying level 1 degree above horizontal. Yes.
Correct, Brian. And I'm looking down.
Okay. So
my
1
eyes are
degree
looking down 3 degrees at the horizon.
You're 1 degree above horizontal, right? And you're 35,000 feet above, right, making a parallel with the surface of the earth below you. and you're wondering why
Brian, maybe we should get to the point here.
And you're wondering what I'm getting there. If you shut the fuck up, right? And you're wondering why your HUD shows a 3 degree above the visible horizon. Are you for fucking real, man?
That is an effect of Earth's curvature.
The
higher up you go, the lower you look at the horizon.
6 foot, if I'm standing 6 foot, right, and if I'm standing with my eye line 6 foot above the water line, right, at a beach, right, is my eyes at the water line, or are they 6 foot above the water line?
I think a more appropriate question will be, where is the horizon reference to eye level?
Answer my question and don't obfuscate. Answer the question. Don't run from it. Answer the question.
I will not answer that. I will not answer that.
Right. So at 35,000... Be quiet, Neil, a second. Sorry, I don't mean to be smart here, but 1 second. You're 35,000 feet above the surface of the Earth, and your airplane has its nose pitched above 0 degrees horizontal, and you're wondering why your HUD is showing a 3 degrees above the visible horizon. Are you fucking stupid? Are you fucking stupid altogether? No,
I have a question for you.
I'm not interested in your fucking question. It's some fucking stupid shit. That's what that is.
That wasn't a question, actually. My question to you is, Brian, what do we measure the stuff reference to? The nose is up reference what? The horizon is below what? What's the reference line we're using?
It's reference to 0 degrees horizontal.
Level.
The 0 degrees
the chord line of the wings.
Pitch line.
The chord line of the wings is reference to 0 degrees horizontal. That's official.
Brian, it doesn't matter if my nose was 10 degrees up above a 0 degree pitch line. The horizon would still be 3 degrees below eye level.
HUD only makes a parallel with the visible horizon. Do you know what parallel means?
It does not.
It makes a parallel with the visible horizon. It has to. You're flying 35,000 feet above the Earth, man.
Brian, you know how the 0 degree pitch line works?
35,000 feet above the surface of the Earth, then how is the Earth going to be up at your exact eye level?
Brian, pump the brakes. You know how the 0 degree pitch line works? It's a line 90 degrees to local level. To local gravity.
No,
90
there's no
degrees
such thing
to
as
the local
local
zenith.
anything. It's a straight horizontal line. 0 degrees is a straight horizontal line.
You say local gravity?
90 degrees
Yes,
to
that's what he
local
said.
gravity.
Hold
That's
on.
what it is.
Can everyone stop rumpusing?
Oh,
right,
God.
hold on. Right, FE Pilot's saying it's 90 degrees to local gravity. Well,
correct.
Local gravity, that's bending pseudo-Riemannian for space-time. What the hell are you talking about?
Exactly.
I'm talking about local gravity. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay,
And the line 90
everyone else,
degrees
hold
to local
on. I
gravity.
want to get clarity from him. Okay. Explain to me how you can be 90 degrees to pseudo-Riemannian for space. Explain that.
Let me explain. If I were to drop a coin, or if I was to use a coin on a string, right, and I was just to dangle that down, and then reference that string, I would draw a line 90 degrees. That is how we find eye level. It's
That's
nothing
Euclidean.
to do about being parallel.
Hello, that's Euclidean.
I'm talking about coins and 90 degrees to gravity.
Yeah, you're describing a box with a plumb line in it.
Correct. This is 90
right,
degrees.
Stop. That's Euclidean.
Okay, is that your pal or what?
Do you understand what I've just said? That is
yes, you said
Euclidean.
a box.
Do you stop?
You
I'm
said
just asking if you understand what I've just said. So you do understand that what you've just described is a grid, a box with a plumb line in it. That's Euclidean. You understand that?
I don't really understand the reference to Euclidean. But I do understand 90 degrees to plumb.
Do you understand length, breadth, and depth?
I understand 90 degrees to
Stop.
plumb.
You understand length, breadth, and depth. You understand that you're dropping a plumb line giving you 90 degrees in a box. Length, breadth, depth. You understand that?
I don't have a box in the cockpit. I mean, this is all done electronically.
It's just, oh my God, it's like pulling teeth. Is this really beyond you, pilot? Really? Plumb line, 90 degrees.
What's your point?
my point I'll get to once you concede that we're just dropping a line to give us 90 degrees, and that's going to be in a box in Euclidean geometry. Now, if you don't understand that, I can't... Shut up. If you don't understand, bit dumb, don't understand what I'm talking about, I say Euclidean, then we can't move on because you're too dumb.
Fair enough, I got you.
So
90 degrees to local gravity, 90 degrees to Planck.
No. Don't restate your claim.
It's your claim.
What the fuck? My claim's 90 degrees to gravity. No, that's your claim. I'm trying to pull it apart. But when I describe drawing something in a grid, you suddenly don't understand what that fucking means. Suddenly you become like a complete retard. What's the airline you're working for so I can phone them up and point out you don't understand what a Euclidean grid is?
He knows exactly what he's talking about.
Well, I want to find out what fucking airline he is because he seems like a spastic. So he needs sacking.
Sure, Nathan.
You don't deserve to be in the air. Either you concede you understand what a fucking Euclidean grid is, or I need to find out who the fuck you are and get you fired because you shouldn't be in the air if you don't understand this. You shouldn't be in the air.
Press on.
Do you understand what it is?
I'd be dipping the nose around the curvature plenty. I know what's going on.
You're not conceding. So, grid, Euclidean, plumb line. That's what you described.
Nathan. I got you.
You understand what that means, Euclidean?
Yes, I'm with you.
You are brilliant. So, where's the bending space-time dimension, please?
What?
Sorry, do you not understand your own fucking claim? You said it was 90 degrees to gravity. That is pseudo-Ramonian for space. A completely different geometry to Euclidean. So, fuckwit pilot, where's the fucking space-time dimension when you drop a plumb line?
Whoa. Pump.
Whoa. No, where's space-time? The fourth dimension. Hello, it's Euclidean, not pseudo-Ramonian.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about your claim it's 90 degrees to gravity, and me pointing out that would be pseudo-Ramonian geometry, not Euclidean geometry, you stupid moron. So, when I ask you, when describing Euclidean boxes with plumb lines, where you get your space-time dimension to claim it's 90 degrees to gravity, and you go, what are you talking about? It demonstrates that you haven't got the slightest clue what you're talking about. You don't know what gravity even is, because you've described it in a completely different geometry.
Why does the horizon...
Why are you asking me something, fuckwit? Is it because you've been raped? Yeah, I think it is. It's because you're dying with me teabagging you, and now you need to ask me something. So a completely different geometry to your claim of 90 degrees to gravity, then.
What are you talking about?
Your claim of 90 degrees to gravity in a totally different geometry. That's the fourth time.
Nathan, you sound like
You sound like a stuttering bitch who said it was 90 degrees to gravity in a different geometry. Pseudo-Ramonian force space. Is it not sinking in that you're stupid?
No, I think...
Yeah, laugh it up, stupid idiot. You said it was 90 degrees to gravity. We established Euclidean geometry as being used when you dropped your plumb line. I ask you where space-time is, and you go, what? What? I don't know what you're talking about. Out of my balls
you haven't
taste.
answered my question.
Out of my balls taste when you tell me I haven't answered your question. Where's the space-time dimension when you drop a plumb line? Your question? You're talking about the totally different geometries of Euclidean and pseudo-Ramonian force space. That's gravity. You don't know what you're talking about, FE pilot. And you think I haven't answered your question? What a complete retard.
Do you, though?
Yeah, there's a big
maybe
difference,
he should
man,
define
in
gravity.
talking about logical geometry and something that's premised off a concept abstract geometry.
Well, maybe you could...
Maybe you can just interrupt him while he highlights how fucking stupid you are and explains what I've just explained 5 times. That you're talking about completely different geometries. But you don't know that because you haven't got a slightest idea what gravity is, otherwise you'd know it's in a different geometry.
I think you guys are throwing all kinds of nonsense at this.
Oh, right, so ad hom. We're throwing nonsense out there. No, we admirably described pseudo-Riemannian 4-space geometry and juxtaposed it with Euclidean 3-space geometry, where you dropped a plumb line, ably teabagging your dumb fuck ass for an audience. So you were shown to be stupid because we do understand what you were claiming, and then ripped it to shreds.
You sound like a complete another...
That's another ad hom coming my way, because he's lost badly with his totally different geometries that he's using for this claim. Yeah, you're going to ad hom me, bitch.
Is it an 8-inch per mile squared drop from the horizontal? Yes or no?
FE Pilot, can you very simply define gravity? What's gravity? What is that?
Thank you.
Is the drop of the horizon...
That's not what he asked, bitch. You said 90 degrees to gravity is asking you to fucking define it. Not ask for a new question of us.
Yes, I'm asking you a question.
No, we're asking you to define what you've already claimed. 90 degrees to gravity you've already put on the table. Now he's asking you to define what you mean by gravity, even though I've already raped you with it.
Is it 90 degrees to plus...
Yeah, we know what your fucking claim is. Define gravity, shit for brains.
Why would I define gravity?
Because you're fucking claiming it. Claiming something's 90 degrees to it, you stupid retard. Why would you define it? You're claiming it.
Do you not know what gravity is? Since
define
that's
fucking gravity, or you're not claiming shit. Define gravity right now.
8-inch per mile squared.
Define gravity.
That's not gravity.
Now.
Where is your 8-inch?
Define gravity now.
You guys wanted it.
Define gravity.
Per mile. And.
So, okay, I'll conclude.
Define gravity,
he won't. Let's just conclude. Let's just conclude. So, FE Pilot, going back to the actual point we were debating, with the horizon in your HUD, yeah? 90 degrees to gravity, we can throw that shit straight out of the window. You won't even define what you mean. So, we'll throw that shit straight out of the window. Not because you won't define it, I raped you with it. I.e. the different geometries that you're asserting. Now that you won't define it, we won't accept it as a claim for your bullshit picture on screen with a non-geometric horizon that's somehow reasonable cause to ask us why it's bending. So, we've demolished everything you've got to offer. 90 degrees to gravity won't even justify what you think it means. So you've lost. Okay?
90 degrees to plumb.
That's
I have a question for him.
So,
please.
hold on. 90 degrees to plumb in Euclidean geometry has nothing to do with gravity. So we can draw a line under that now. That stupid shit you threw out.
Whoa.
Don't whoa me. Well, when you describe 90 degrees to plumb in 3 space, that's got fuck all to do with gravity, something you threw out there and we've had to spend a considerable time pulling apart. Not whoa. What? We can now draw... You're going to fucking interrupt every word?
I'm too busy laughing.
We can now draw a line under gravity, yeah? Because you won't even define it, and it's a different geometry to what you are asserting. Now, I don't care if you don't understand. We're now drawing a line through gravity, not under it. So it's not going to be used in this argument as 90 degrees to it anymore. You understand that? You lost.
We're laughing
you've
at
lost
you.
because you cannot even explain why we...
Don't tell me what I can't explain. I haven't made a claim about 90 degrees to gravity. I'm not trying to explain anything. You are. So, we've drawn a line through gravity. Yeah? So, we've got 90 degrees to plumb. All right. So, with an elevation angle and parallel lines to the horizon, that's a flat Earth right there, then. Level, you say. You say level. Yeah, level then. Flat, level. Not curving, not 90 degrees to bullshit pseudo-Riemannian 4-space geometry.
Your claim, so the horizon is...
No, I don't make a horizon claim. You do.
It's not really a claim, it's...
Yeah, you claim it's Earth curve. That's definitely a claim. You definitely make it. It is a claim. I'm not making one. You are. Don't reverse the burden.
Why are you tap dancing around the actual issue?
What, that you don't have Earth curve for a horizon anymore? That the geometric horizon is the second horizon you said was below the one we see?
You talked about everything but the horizon dip to the apparent horizon. Here, happy?
Sorry, apparent position where the sky meets the ground or sea.
Which is just above...
So you said the apparent horizon. So that would be the apparent position where the sky meets the ground or sea. Is that what you're saying? The apparent horizon, maybe. Maybe it's the apparent horizon.
Radio. Geometric.
No, it's not. We don't have a geometric horizon. The horizon in this image isn't geometric. That only exists in maths. We covered that.
It is apparent, but...
Yeah, not geometric. That doesn't exist in physical reality. We debunked that. Now you're telling me this one's the apparent horizon. Yeah, apparent. Not geometric.
Geometric horizon on the moon.
Isn't this horizon. That only exists in maths. We covered that. I don't want to circle jerk back to it. We covered it.
So why does the apparent...
Why are you asking me? You claimed this horizon was Earth curve? It isn't. It's not the geometric Earth curve horizon. We've debunked that. Now it's not time for a question of me about what I say about the horizon. It's time for us to tap dance on the horizon being Earth curve's grave.
Since you didn't define gravity, can you define horizon?
The tangent line between your eyes and the edge of a sphere.
No, that's definitely not the definition of a horizon.
Sure.
That's not the definition of a horizon, Chocolate.
Try again.
Well, and are we talking about radar horizon, radio horizon?
Hey, fucktard. You got the definition to horizon wrong. You're a pilot and you don't even know what a horizon is? My God, sir.
Yeah, you described it as a tangent. Sorry, citation. No.
Call him out on that.
Yeah, this pilot said it was a tangent point. That's what the horizon is. Can you give us a citation?
Between your eyes?
Citation, please.
Citation, please.
Citation.
I just made it. Citation, FE pilot. Happy?
Sorry, no, definitely not. So this pilot's just making up stuff about the horizon. You sure you're in the right job? What's your name? I want to get you fired because you don't know what a horizon is and you're in the air flying a plane. You just made up a definition because you didn't know. Wow, you shouldn't be in a plane. What's your name? I need to get you sacked. You're putting people's lives in danger. You don't even know what a horizon is.
I need to get you sacked.
Sorry, this is my job. You're never going to get me sacked. YouTube aren't going to listen to you. Meanwhile, you're putting people's lives in danger, and genuinely, I want to get you sacked. If you don't know what a horizon is and make up definitions when it's crucial to your job, you need sacking. You shouldn't be flying people around.
What part of a horizon do you...
Don't ask me questions. Tell me your name. Tell me your name so I can get in touch with your employer and explain that you're out on the circuit making up definitions for what a horizon isn't. And it's crucial to your job. So you depend on the horizon for flying, but you don't even know what it is and you're making up what it is.
What is your definition?
Don't ask me when you're paid to fly people and you need the horizon to do that, but you're making up shit about it. I think you're putting people's lives in risk, and I want to know who you are, so I can get you sacked.
Brian.
Who are you?
Nathan, how long have you been sacked for pay for?
Yes, Adam.
Is it worth it?
I'm getting the feeling that although he's claiming he's a pilot, he's one of those kind of ground-based aeroplanes that in the UK we call buses. Is that what you actually ferry people around? He ain't no
if
pilot,
he's a pilot, I'm the president of the United States.
I'm about to call him out on that. FE pilot, you said earlier that you fly commercial, yes?
Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah. FE pilot, you said earlier that you fly commercial, yes?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So you also made a claim earlier that you dipped the nose down to go around the curve of this globe out you're claiming, yes?
Absolutely correct.
Right. Okay. Then, as a commercial pilot, you will have no hassle getting us, right, official, right, data, thrust and pitch data from 10 commercial long-haul flights that will match your claim. That Boeing, Lockheed Martin, McDonnell Douglas, NASA, Airbus will all go along with, officially.
I don't think so. I fly over airplanes.
Sorry, you don't think so? You've just claimed it, but now you don't think so. What do you mean you don't think so? You just claimed it. Do you mean you don't think so? You just literally claimed it.
Hang on.
Not hang on. Is this another lying bastard? Have we got a lying bastard in our midst?
Yes,
we do.
He would never get through the theory part of his exam for flight.
He's no pilot.
He's retarded, Nathan. He's retarded, sir.
Lying
Hold your
bastards.
jets.
Just lying,
They're
deceitful
playing it to
bastards,
level
all of them.
slide around
Shut
Earth's
up.
curved surface.
You're
Shut up.
not a pilot. We exposed you.
You're a lying piece of shit.
Faker.
Like all of them. They all have to come here and lie.
He found a picture on YouTube, and he claimed that he was in the plane.
I think we need to formulate some sort of a mental aptitude test for these guys who might be pilots and don't understand the common things such as a horizon, which should be understood, right? Like this is a problem that I think we might have just exposed, and maybe we need to formulate some sort of a test for these guys.
Nah, he's not no pilot.
That was the test. Me asking him to define the words in his arguments was the test, and he failed.
Brian put him to the test.
Guys, airliner pilots get very seriously tested for their knowledge of their instruments and the words and knowing the geometry, big part. There's no way that this guy's a pilot.
It was more than that. It was.
You know why there's no flat Earth pilots?
Just 1 second. Just 1 second. Adam, go ahead.
Yeah, it was more than that. If you listen, I sat listening very intently and quietly there. Every time Brian took him to a point where you do actually require either some research or to be a pilot. But his planes would be dropping out the air, Brian. The angle of elevation he's got his planes at. If he's flying,
I agree.
They're falling out the air. It went every time you took him there. He ran away and took it to another place, and it was very telling. And hence why I chipped in. At best he's a bus driver, but he don't fly.
Bus driver. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Brian took him right to the test. He is no pilot.
Yeah. That's why I asked him when he said 1 degree above. I knew he was talking rubbish.
We're not talking to you no more, FE pilot. Go on mute. You're done.
Yeah.
You know what? There's no flat Earth pilots.
Well, you must have been flying fast, were you? And he didn't know what the hell I was talking about for him. He went, yeah.
Complete lack of understanding there, Brian. Complete lack of understanding. Because I triggered it. I thought, oh, did he fly? He's obviously flying fighter jets if he's got a 1 degree. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
It's just absolutely.
He'd have to be flying very fast.
He doesn't know how a plane works, so he's.
You've been exposed.
What you get?
More like
pilot. You've been exposed.
It's what
it's
we
more
get.
like F8 pilot.
You get liars. That's what the globe has to defend the globe. Just total liars and frauds. People who are gamma bitches pretending to be something they're not.
That's correct.
Nathan,
That's correct.
Nathan, the question
is off.
the question to him is, why would you lie?
That's the horizon falls below eye level at a rate of 8 inches per.
We're not listening to you no more.
You've been exposed as a complete fraud. You've been exposed as a complete fraud.
Can I ask something? Yeah. He said, this is my citation. If I tell you people, this is my citation, what is that telling about me?
It's telling you understand the subject.
No, you're making it up as you go along.
If I'm telling you this is my citation, what is that telling about me?
It's telling you understand the subject.
No, this is. I will answer the question. This is telling me I'm totally idiot or I'm some famous scientist.
You don't even know what a fucking horizon is.
You understand?
There it goes.
If I say this is my citation, or I'm totally idiot, or I'm some famous scientist.
Dunning-Kruger.
Radar horizon.
Radar horizon's the geometric horizon.
Radio horizon.
Radio horizon's the geometric horizon. Where'd you get it?
Geometric horizon.
Geometric horizon is the radio horizon and the radar horizon. Where'd you get it?
Why are you so redundant?
He's still alive.
I got
Before
it.
you told us we couldn't see the geometric horizon, though. Something about us.
Yeah,
having
it
an
was the
atmosphere.
invisible. Remember, it was the invisible horizon. Remember, FE pilot,
the one
fuck wet.
right underneath the apparent horizon. FE pilot. Do we have an atmosphere? According to you.
Change his name to make believe pilot.
Hello, pilot.
Hello. I keep getting
Protect the
muted. So stop
pilot.
muting.
Hi, pilot. You said before that we couldn't see the geometric horizon because we have an atmosphere. Do we always have an atmosphere?
Not on the moon, we don't.
On the moon.
We covered that.
Wow.
We covered that.
This guy's a retard.
Yeah.
Maybe
So we would have to go to the moon. Wait. So we would have
Not
to
on
go
Mars,
to the
we don't.
moon to actually measure the geometric horizon, according to you.
Well, you can measure the radar horizon.
The radar horizon is the geometric horizon.
Well,
I'm
then
saying
we have a
so.
geometric
We
horizon.
weren't
We
able
have a radar
to
horizon.
measure the geometric
Okay, then how
horizon
did we
before
get
we
the
got to the
geometric
moon.
horizon? How did we
having
get
the radar horizon?
How did we get the geometric horizon then? How did we come up with that number?
We used the radar to see if there's a horizon.
We used the
and there was.
radar. Do you know
From the
what
moon?
circular reasoning is? You're assuming the very thing you're attempting to prove. So how did your secular bullshitters come up with the geometric horizon? How'd you do it? The method, please.
Also, radio horizon.
Yeah, the radio horizon for the third fucking time. The radio horizon, the radar horizon, geometric horizon, they're all the same thing. So, what is the method that was used to come up with the geometric horizon?
I don't know. I didn't come.
You don't know. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Just to clarify for everyone else, he's saying that the radio horizon is the geometric horizon because it's 1.2 times the square root of the antenna's height above sea level.
That's why I
that
told
would
him
be
it
a
was
problem
the
because
geometric.
but that would be a problem because that's the same horizon he said we would never see due to us having an quote unquote atmosphere.
Furthermore,
where did he get that from?
Furthermore, if the Earth is a sphere and has a radio horizon at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, then that would be the limitation to the radar or our view, and it isn't. Black Swan.
If terrestrial refraction existed, and it doesn't, then I think that radio would also be subjected to it. It falls under the same spectrum. It should be influenced just the same.
Well, this is what John was alluding to when he talked about that. It still has R in it, and it's still a physical geometric thing. Now, in regards to radio and things like they subject it to a 4/3R point where you've got bending of these straight propagating waves to accommodate, but it's a slightly different point of interception because it's a 4/3, but it's still bound by physicality. It's still making the point that the reason the signal is limited is by the physicality of Earth's curvature, obstruction.
Right, and this is where my interview with Robin Poe came in very early days in Flat Earth. So the limitations that are laid down in the handbooks have all of those figures that Adam's just laid out, and therefore the relay stations that are set up are based on that geometric limitation getting in the way of the signal. Now, Robin Poe was out in Ferrari in Italy linking up these relays on a steep load of mountains. Now, when she can't get a connection to the previous relay, because obviously she's got to use the relay, right? Earth curve's going to get in the way. She decides, as the bright spark she is, to point the signal of the transceiver back to the source, 110 miles away, going off the hand, not following the handbook, not the 20-mile relays that they wanted, 110 miles, and it worked perfectly. Now, according to the geometric limitations at 1.2 times the square root of her position, she shouldn't have got a connection, but she did. So while they claim there's a geometric limitations to things like radar, there isn't. That's just based on their mathematical geometry of a sphere, and all the exceptions that go along with it, with their based on our refraction rates.
We were talking about this at the very, very start of the show. If you go back into the pre-show, we were talking about this, about how there was claims from this Swiss admiral guy I was talking to, about how he was saying that there was a radar on the radio horizon. And I said, after claiming the horizon was refracted, I said, well, how can there be a radar horizon if it's a refracted horizon? You know,
right, it would be subjected. It would just be subjected the same. You would have the same issues, and all those anti-flat earthers in chats telling us, oh, but we got this satellite that measured it using radar. Well, guess what? That radar is going to be subjected to terrestrial refraction as well. You still can't get that R. Can never get it back.
Right, we've debunked it. Game over, Globe. With that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Streams for hopefully smashing the super chat liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!